hope I'm never sitting courtside. Shit happened so quick it felt like there was no time. Body was programmed just so it's me on go time. I think the clouds are on free. This ain't shit that all the homies can be. Running from the lies, slip and get up. Thinking about the bullshit, leading right up. Mama told me one day you run out of luck. Now I'm looking up, quick tail catching up. Born into that trench mind, niggas had no straight mind. Only thing we know is break a bitch and push that bread line. Head be filled with crazy shit like shorty, had my head tied like bitch. You know you ain't coming to me about no bedtime. Ain't no keep it real, I really feel like the pressure is really on me. I know pressure is a bitch, but I don't let feelings control me. I know I've been getting cold and my niggas was flaking on me. So I had to bet some bitches at some parties. But don't blame me for it, don't blame me for it. I'm too cheap for it. Just watch me going, no brakes. Just keep top speed flowing. Bless me, test me, line me up, I know that I'm the next thing. Praying so don't catch me and arrest me. Hope that every night I make it in my best sleep. I hope I'm never sitting courtside. Shit happened so quick it felt like there was no time. Body was programmed just so it's me on go time. I think the clouds are on free. This ain't shit that all the homies can be. I hope I'm never sitting courtside. Shit happened so quick it felt like there was no time. Body was programmed just so it's me on go time. I think the clouds are on free. This ain't shit that all the homies can be. Running from the lies, slip and get up. You ain't about the bullshit, leading right up. Mama told me one day you run out of luck. Now I'm looking up, control catching up. Alright, I ain't resist, but don't take my chain. No, you can't search my shit. Know how it goes. These just praying that shit. Give me my chance before my grave is dig.
Hey, family. What's going on, everybody? Love y'all. I'm glad y'all tuned in. Hey, Rodney. Hey, Elise. David, Straight Smoke. William Robinson. Hey, now. Bridget, Original Intellect. Everybody out there. Lou, my Lisa, Damon, Lewis. What's going on, y'all? Lady Moon in the house. David, I already said. Damon. Hey, y'all. Everybody that's watching. And I first want to say happy Saturday. I did get a little power nap. Oh, lotion on my lip up here. I did get a nice little power nap before this live. I got a lot of I have a lot of slides today that we're gonna go over, and it's just like so much chaos in this world today. It's like really, really, really crazy. And this is gonna be a great topic. And I am gonna open the panel when I get to the Canada part, because there's I did a lot of, when I first came in YouTube, my straight focus on research was on our ancestry and our life here in North America on the mainland only. I didn't do a lot of history on Canada. Canada has a very important history that's a very important part of the aspects of our ancestors' lives. And I want to get into it. And I'm going to call people on a panel because there's people that are from Canada that knows a lot about where they, their ancestral land in Canada and being in there so many years. And it's very interesting. I have what you call the basics of Canada. I did do a bill once on the confusion between Britain being over where it is now in the UK and being formerly where we call Canada now. And I want to get into that today. And I want to talk about some things that's going on in the Trump administration regarding Canada. I also want to get into this war on education. It's like a complete war. It's a civil war on education. Hey, most hated. Hey, Enoch, straight smoke. I hope y'all are able to pop up on the panel later when I get ready. Hey, Wilson, when I get ready to get in deep to it. I'll let you know when you should come up. But I want to let my colleagues know that I'm going to be showing a few videos about, when people that really know about our history and not every, this channel is open up to all races. First of all, my channel. This is not a racist channel. I like feedback from all cultures about history. And I like feedback from people from other cultures to tell us what they were told about our history. Because just like we were lied to, they were lied to too about our history. And they were, they're putting the pieces together and having these sit down stories with their grandparents and great grannies and things. And their great grannies are telling them the truth, about our history because they lied about everybody's history. A lot of the scenarios that you see and hear about the lashings and the beatings and the 20 lashes and 30 lashes and 50 lashes, that a lot of that happened in China. Let's just keep it a buck in China. And they were very strict in China. And so what they did was incorporated the life of China in our history. They really did. Seriously. The beatings, the lashings, the committing suicide and having to take you and I'll see you in another life. If not this life, I can love you. And if I get killed, I hope to meet you in the next life. That is a lot of Asian history and Asian rhetoric. When you hear that, you see it in their movies and the fighting with the bow and the arrows proficiently hard. You see a lot of that in China, really, when you watch their movies. So they're trying to get our stories and our histories mixed up. Okay, first of all, that's one of the big major things. And we just need to simply fix it because a lot of foreigners have been telling our stories and we're correcting them because because of Obama, they're using the terminology African American. But when you correct them, a lot of them say, I thought that was the case. A lot when you're talking to other cultures, they do respond back. I thought that was the case because my grandmother told me about the brown people that were already here in America and that they're not Africans from Africa, that they were already here when the Europeans arrived. So history is being corrected and it's a great civil way to do it. I don't tolerate the arguing and fighting because that is just like very elementary. I like, mature adult conversations and I don't give a damn what your race is. All races are welcome to my channel and everybody knows that. That's why I'm a social bunny. But I want to show three quick videos that you probably will get a laugh at. One video is a series of 1 and 2 that this guy made on Facebook. He's completely hilarious, but just dodge the hijack when he says African American, because that's what he's told in modern day today. But when we correct him, I'm sure he will probably fix videos. And even the media is even correcting things when they speak about our history. Hey, Lady Libra, Ruby, Wilson, honey, and Focus Mind. Hi, y'all. Even the media, the news media is starting little by little correcting how they address us compared to other brown people here in America, like between us and people from India, people with our complexion, period. because because of our the color of our skin. You do understand that they, you know, annihilated our tribes and honoring us as Indians. We were dismantled from who we are, and then they gave us labels as a name based on arrogance, ignorance, and whatever. But we're fixing it now. Times are changed. Even the media is starting to not even say African American when they speak about us. They're saying people of color. And they feel more comfortable. And I think that's more appropriate. That's kind. That's great because a lot of our people don't like to be called Indians. I don't mind it. I think being called an Indian is cute because we are cute. I'm cute. I like being called an American Indian. That's comfortable. I don't think that it's derogatory. The word used as Indian was a derogatory term back in the day. And everybody wanted to be called as to who they were, whether they were one of the 5 civilized tribes or one of the tribes that were completely dismantled and written out of history. And then those individuals, like myself, were given names. We were slaves, but we were enslaved by our own people, our Indian ancestors. Okay. So we have to help society understand the truth about our history and that we're not ashamed, because a lot of times society think that as a people that we are ashamed of who we are in history. Okay. And because we lost our lands and it was conquered, but there were a lot of lands conquered by colonizers. This isn't the only land that was conquered by colonizers, and I'm not ashamed. But what I'm very content with and happy with is knowing that I am in my own land. And that's a great feeling for me. And there's no one said that I can't reestablish in my own land. I'm very proud of being on my own land, American soil. I'm happy. I'm content. And so happy that I don't have to go to other countries because my country is so beautiful and my country is a great target. So I'm proud of our country. And, I'm also proud of being a United States citizen because there's nothing outside on the landmass set up for our people, period, point blank. They're not together in that manner. We're all together and we're all citizens in the United States. But just because we're citizens in the United States doesn't mean that we're not aborigines to the land. And that's a fact. So I love it both ways. I love it that I'm an aborigine to the North American mainland soil. And I also love that I'm a United States citizen. A lot of people in my community and across YouTube have issues with that, but that's okay. That's their prerogative and that's their right. But I've learned to just move along, move away from that rhetoric because it keeps me back from holding the segments that I want to hold. Although I still visit those channels, but I stay silent in the chat and respect how they want to be addressed and how they want to do things, okay, for themselves. Okay, and that's their prerogative, just like it was my prerogative to go and reestablish our tribe. Okay, so I'm happy about that. So the first thing, let's get in to other people having an understanding of us as a people and what we did. The only thing we have to do is just correct the rhetoric of being called an African American or a Black, because that's just not who we are. Okay, those were labels put on us by the United States government. But just because those labels were put on us don't mean that it's true. It's just as subjects. Okay, we're not subjects, first of all. We're citizens. As citizens, the government has the right to label us, but it has to be truth. And we have to fix the truth. That's all. Seriously. Just like you have Irish, you have Dutch, you have French, you have Italian, you have all kinds of Europeans. And they know exactly who they are and they identify as who they are. But for the sake of government paperwork pushing, they divide us by white and black. So white people don't like to be called white too. They tell you, I'm Irish, I'm not white, or da da da. And some people do. So just like with our people, some people don't mind being called black and some people do. But back when I was little, being called black was fighting words. It was a word of war in our community. You could not call nobody black in our community. Okay. James Brown fixed it up and doctored up with his music, but that still don't help me. I never like being called black. I'm so insulted when somebody calls me black. And I don't like to be called who I'm not. And I don't like to be told by someone else that doesn't know me or my family that I am from Africa. That's wrong. Not that I have anything against Africans, because I don't. They have their own area of land of the world and the continent that they came from. Okay. And the DNA test bullshit with all that, with other people trying to push you to do all that. I'm not doing that. I don't have to. If that, people that live in Japan and all over the world have my blood type. So I'm sorry. The DNA test can kick rocks. Okay. They swabbed a damn bird and the bird came back being from some damn where else. It's just hilarious. So that's bullshit. So let's watch a couple of videos of this guy who literally knows our history, and he's just so hilarious. And he's a European. He's funny. Let's get it. All right, where are you? Do. Hey. All right, let's see. Oh, the audio is not on. Huh. Share. Okay, so let's get it. We're going to start with this. This guy is hilarious. All right, let me know if y'all can hear it. Let's listen to him. He's funny. He is too funny.
Hey, white people, Black History Month is over. And today is March 1st, which means you don't have
to say that again.
Oh,
say them three things.
It's three things you don't.
Hey, white people, Black History Month is over. And today is March. Hey, white people, Black History Month is over. And today is March 1st, which means you don't have to hear that Otis Boykin extended your grandfather's life by a good 20 years when he invented the control module for the pacemaker. And the only reason the old fart can even see you is because Dr. Patricia Bath revolutionized cataract surgery. And you don't have to be reminded that your cousin, a proud Marine who served in Iraq, only made it home due to a blood transfusion on the battlefield thanks to an American icon named Dr. Charles Drew. For the next 11 months, when you throw back a shot of Jack Daniel's whiskey, you're not going to taste the fact it was an enslaved American man named Nathan Uncle Nearest Green who taught young Jasper Newton Daniel the art of filtering whiskey over charcoal, which is a African technology. And no one's going to beat you over the head with the fact that the only reason your elevator doors open and close at work is due to Alexander Miles. You could take comfort and iron your clothes in peace without having to acknowledge Sarah Boone is the one who invented that very iron board you're using. And the next time your phone rings and you look down to see if it's your wife or girlfriend, you won't have to thank Dr. Shirley Jackson for saving your ass with caller ID. And no worries for you this summer, as David Crossway will be just a distant memory as you go set the temperature controls on your AC thermostat. And your garage will be deathly silent as you walk around your beautiful Cadillac Escalade, because no one is there to remind you that the only reason you even know who that brand is because Black America saved it in 1934. Yes, sir, you get 11 months without a single thought to the contributions and creations that Black Americans have given this world. Isn't that something? I'm lying. Black history is American history, and not just in fucking February. Hey, white people, Black history.
Okay, so here's the second one that we're going to do. Here's number 2.
Got really offended in part 1. Does it really upset you that much to know that Frederick McKinley Jones gave the world mobile refrigeration in 1939? He was orphaned at 11 years old with a 6th grade education, and he went on to change the world when he co-founded the company Thermo King, which is the global leader of mobile refrigeration. Yeah, that's how you get frozen foods. Next time you go to an Insta-Clan ice cream social, you don't have to tell anybody that you know that Alfred Crowley invented the mechanical ice cream scoop and received a patent for it in 1897. And what kind of person would hate on Hidden Valley Ranch dressing? Because I bet you didn't know it was invented by a black cowboy from Nebraska named Steve Henson, who was a plumbing contractor in Alaska. He was a millionaire by the age of 35, retired to California, bought a ranch called Hidden Valley Ranch, and the rest is history. I'm sure you sleep well at night knowing that your home and loved ones are protected by your home alarm. But before there was Ring or ADT, there was Marie Van Britten Bound, who created the first home alarm system complete with a closed-circuit television, a two-way intercom system, remote door locks, and she had panic buttons for the fire and police department. She did this all the way back in 1966, and she received the patent in 1969. George Washington Carver did not invent peanut butter. Although this agricultural icon of genius did come up with more than 500 commercial uses for the sweet potato and peanut, it was actually a white man who patented the process of peanut butter in 1895. Now keep in mind that the Incans and the Aztecs have been making peanut butter for hundreds of years, but Mr. Kellogg patented the process. He also created the Kellogg Food Company, which has been poisoning your kids for decades. And I don't know how to tell you this, but a badass black dude has been lighting up your world for most of your life, because most people credit Thomas Edison for the creation of the light bulb. But Edison had a problem. The filament inside would only stay lit for a few days. It wasn't until Lewis Latimer saved the day when he created and patented the long-lasting filament, and then he went on and patented the process to create the filament for the light bulb. So in case you hadn't figured it out by now, Black history is American history, and not just in fucking February. Hey, white people.
Okay, that's video number 2. So now, let me just stop. Let me just come here for a minute. Now what I'm going to get into, which is hilarious. We're going to get into my government, my local government, and you can see where we get our attitude from. We all have like these attitudes when we speak, and it's that northern, it's that colonial northern. A lot of us are like this in the north, and we will get gangster on you. Now this is a Democrat representative. Like I said, I am a Republican, and I was a Democratic person for so many years of my life, even campaigned with him until I woke up and decided to leave the party. But just because I left the party doesn't mean that I still don't admire, respect, and honor my Democratic leaders, because not all of them are bad. They're not. All of them are not bad. Many of them are very genuine. It's just that when it's time to get out of a party, it's time to get out of a party. But I really do have a lot of respect for John Larson, Representative John, Congressman John Larson. He is so hilarious, but he's serious. And when you, step, when he get ready to step to you, he gonna step to you like a northerner really does. And that's how we do. And then now, my colleagues, when you see me speak, you can't get mad when I check people at the door and put them in their place, because I learned it from the best. I'm telling you. And Representative Larson is a humble and sweet man. He is. I respect him so much. He is so humble and so genuine and so very real. Every time I see him and his family, his brother, he has a brother that looks like him too. But every time I see them, they remind me of the Kennedys. They look so much alike. I could swear they were Kennedys. But check out this is our congressman here in Connecticut. And he's shaking up Congress, because he's and he's in the legislature in Congress. Check him out.
This committee, a sad morning. Very sad morning. When this committee, the oldest and most continuous in the Congress, neglects its responsibility and essentially holds this hearing today to block any further discussion. The men and women on this committee are good people. They're honest and caring people. And that's why I do not understand why you would relegate this committee to no longer being of significance and resort to saying you will do whatever Elon Musk and Donald Trump tell you to do. Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather, and yet when they look at the empty seats here, where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he found are so evident, why isn't he here explaining it? You know why. Because he's out to privatize Social Security. He's been on television the last couple of days talking exactly about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and what he intends to do. Privatize it. The American people, some of them may have been born at night, but not last night.
How y'all feeling tonight?
Man. Hey, listen, honey. So that's our attitudes here in the North, and then you can't get mad at me when I'm telling you and putting you in your place and checking you at the door. That's where I get it from. I've been around them for a lot of years. Okay, like I said, over 30 years campaigning, and we have those attitudes, and we'll flip out on you. So don't get mad at me. Because I'm telling you, I learned it from the best. My mama, my daddy, the senators and representatives of my state, a lot of them will get salty with you, just like he did. Now, I might not agree with him on his views about Elon Musk, but we will flip on your ass. Seriously. And this is where I get it from. If these are the people that I've been around and been in the vicinity of for a lot of years of my corporate life, I'm going to have that attitude. But only difference is I'm not a Democrat anymore. And I don't see the views and the side of Elon Musk's story as my congressman does. I see it a little different, and I ingest Elon Musk a little differently than my current Congressman Larson. But that doesn't mean that I don't respect him and still like him, because Congressman Larson is a good man. I don't give a damn about his party status. He is a genuine good man. Just same thing with the Republicans. I haven't met a bad Republican, to keep it a buck. We even had a Republican governor by the name of John Rowland. He is a nice man. And I feel very bad for him, even though I picked with him a lot, but I never disliked him. The man is very intelligent, and it's a shame because he could have been a president. That's how intelligent Governor John Rowland was. He had that status to be a president of the United States because he's that intelligent. Seriously. But there, like I said, a lot of Democrat leaders here, I still do respect. Just because I'm not with the party don't mean I don't respect them. Okay? So I just wanted to say that. So the next thing I want to get into is the slides. Yeah, I want to get into slides. And I'm going to take you back a little bit, just a little bit, with our history, okay, to get our history in here, and then slide into the Canada, where I'm greatly confused and where it's very shaky for me when it comes to Canada. Okay, so let's get it. Thank you, Rodney. So in this photo here, this thumbnail, and what we're going to get into is the Civil War on education. We're going to get into the Canada chaos. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you so much, sweetheart. We're going to get into the roughneck government, which we did already with my governor. Well, not governor, but senator. He's they are the legislative, congressional branches of government. There's three. Trump is the executive branch. Larson would fall into Congress, which is the lawmakers. And that's a separate branch, the legislators. He makes law, Larson, at the federal level. And then we have our judicial, 3 separate branches. And that's what Larson was talking about, because Elon Musk wasn't there addressing them. And it was so empty. And he was, he's just like furious right now because it's his understanding of allegedly Elon's doing something. But I like Elon. I think he's cool. I do. And he's very intelligent. And I support Trump anyway. So that's just a no-brainer. But we're going to get into our history a little bit. Then, and the reason why I say war on education is because of the system, period. Educational system, period, is very bad. It is what divides us as a people, period, across these states. It is. It's a very, not only does religion divide us, but political status divide us, and education and religion. Whether you're an atheist, whether you're a Christian, whether you're Buddha or Muslim, or it divides us. It divides the world. Those 3 things: education, politics, all of it. And it's not good. But this is why we had civil things going on, to try and rectify it. A bunch of people who are divided to live on a piece of land. So the first thing I want to get into is education, but I'm going to read a little bit of our history. You'll see that in the slides first, and then we'll move on into the education part, because our history is education. Our history as people, I'm talking about us brown people, and then moving in how government affects everybody. Don't matter what your damn race is, the United States, as citizens. Now, the picture you see over on the right are teachers. And they're the biggest part of our education, our teachers. Now, the very interesting thing that drives a lot of Trump's anger, and I can understand it and respect it, is the fact that the folks that you see here on the right as teachers, they're all transgenders. So where you see a male, it could, these are transgenders, whether they're male or female. Now, let me just take this off for a minute, because everybody in these photos are transgenders. Okay? Where you see they're transgenders, they're the opposite of who they were born. Okay? Now, before I move on, I need to make a personal statement about the LGBT community, transgenders, first, with my camera on. I have absolutely nothing against transgenders, the LGBT community, period. I'm not in nobody's bed minding their business. I'm not in nobody's life minding their business. They have a right to do what they want to do. Okay, let's just set that straight. I have LGBTQ all through my family, even transgender. Okay, and I have nothing, absolutely, when I tell you nothing against the LGBT community, I don't. And I mean that with all my heart. Now, we just have disagreements on certain things. That's all. And we can agree to disagree. Bottom line, this is all this with the, when it comes to the transgender section of my lecture, I'm saying this. It's just agreeing to disagree. And that's all it is. I'm not bashing them or anything. I'm just saying my belief and how, I feel that the LGBT community, they expect us to be sensitive to them, but they have to be sensitive to what our thoughts are. And it has a lot to do with our families and raising our children and our beliefs, whether it's a religious belief or if it's a spiritual belief or if it's Buddha, whatever the beliefs are. That's all. That's the biggest problem with this whole integration with the LGBT community. We have to learn how to respect each other. And we have to understand things that trigger us. And then we have to understand things that trigger them and try and figure out how we're going to work it and be civil on the land. So that being said, now I clarified any prejudices that you think I may have, because I'm just debunking and knocking that shit all out the box. Like I said, I have LGBTQ in my family. I have same-sex marriage in my family. We all have those in our have that in our families. Okay? Bottom line. And transgenders. Facts. But I don't hate my family. I love my family. And even I disagree with a lot of my family that are in the LGBT community, but that don't mean I'm going to war with them. But we need to fix things. We really do. Because you're talking about from a micro perspective here in the US. I'm only speaking on United States grounds. All right. So let's get back to the slides. So like I said, the teachers on the right are all transgender. They are all transgenders. Facts. So whoever's a woman was born a man, whoever's a man was born, or whoever was a woman was born a man. So a male. So da. Let's get it. This is just hilarious. This is supposed to be the Trail of Tears. They did make them very dark brown because that's true. You can't lie too much about our history. Let's get it. So I want to talk about manumission defined. Manumission, which means the legal freeing of a slave, was a process that sometimes occurred for enslaved people of Indian descent. Although it was not necessarily common and often required legal proceedings and owner consent. Okay? That's a fact. Understand that. The legal freeing of a slave was a process that sometimes occurred for enslaved people of Indian descent. Although it was not necessarily common and often required legal proceedings and owner consent. Okay? So when you talk about slavery, this is before the mentioning of black, colored. It was Indian descent. You can go look this up. Manumission is the act of freeing a slave by their owner. It's different from emancipation, which is a broader term referring to the government or law freeing enslaved people. Hello? Now, you're in jail. You are enslaved. You lose all your rights. You have nothing. Do you see the difference here? It is a broader term referring to the government or law freeing enslaved people. When you go to jail, you're being enslaved. You must know this. Give me a 1 if you understand that. Slavery isn't just what you think it is only. When you're released from your and in fact, it tells you that enslavement, the only way slavery is legal in the United States is when you become a criminal and you go to jail. And that's a fact. It's in the law. It's written. It's even in the Constitution. When they abolish slavery, they tell you that. So you need to understand that. Manumission involved a legal process and required their owner to relinquish the slave's ownership. So that we did have it with our chiefs owning us and masters as Indian. We did. And it's changed and more modernized. The word usage is different now. Okay? When you're 18, you get to leave. You're no longer under your mother's and father's control. Sometimes at age 16, you can be you get to sign certain papers, legal process, for a 16-year-old to be on their own. That still exists today. That's manumission. When you remove from your parents at 16. Oh, yeah. You just have to understand the word usage now. They've changed the word usage. All right. In some contexts, people of Indian descent were enslaved, and manumission was a way for them to gain freedom. Yeah. For instance, in the Cape Colony, regulations govern manumission, including baptism, proficiency in Dutch, and a bond payment, and guarantors of freedom. But these regulations often restricted rather than encourage manumissions. So in order to be manumission, you had to have had a baptism, you had to be proficiency in Dutch, you had a bond payment, and guarantors for freedom. Facts. Sometimes people who were enslaved argue for their freedom by demonstrating their Indian descent, as seen in the 1772 case of Robin versus Hartway. You could read that case. Yeah. People who were enslaved argued for their freedom by demonstrating their Indian descent, as seen in the 1772 case of Robin versus Hartway. You can look that case up. Other enslaved people sought freedom through running away from bondage. A lot of us teens do that, no matter what our damn race is. A lot of times, a 16, 15, 13, 14-year-old. Remember back in the 70s, that was a really big thing when a kid ran away from home. Oh boy, it was a big thing. Parents were stressed. And then we had I grew up with a lot of runaways. And a lot of runaways that were in my high school lived in group homes. They lived in group homes like Salvation Army, the YMCA. They lived in group homes. When you're with your family and they have you're under your family, your mom and dad's the head of the household. And you run away from being under the bondage of your parents. Tell me that didn't happen when y'all was growing up. In some cases, the colonial government would ensure the self-sufficiency of manumitties to avoid dependence on poor relief. Manumission could also be a precarious transition, with former slaves facing challenges of maintaining their freedom. In some places, the legal freedom gained through manumission didn't erase all obligations, but rather changed the nature of them to those specified by law and bearing on the relationship with the former master. A lot of children, our people during Indian war times, were adopted into other families during war because the kids' parents got killed. But the kids, because the kids got killed, our lands, we were so young, we weren't old enough and in the right state of mind to master our land. So other people adopted those children whose parents were killed. And they had, I read before, sometime last year, I showed how the child was alive and the child was adopted into another family, and they had a list of all the child, or everything the child owned: land, horses. Remember I did that segment? 2 horses, pots and pans. They had a list of everything the child owned, including the acreage of land during war times. And these were little colored kids. And they were adopted by white people and our other Indians. Yeah, but I can prep too. That is a parent's job. But back then, that's why they dismantled the South, because the lifestyle was very different. It was a hot mess. I'm glad I wasn't born in them days. Now listen to this, a common myth of Indian surnames. It is commonly believed, this is a myth, y'all. It is commonly believed that Indians took the surname of the slave owner. However, this is certainly not always the case. Originally, slaves had no surnames, only given names. They were given names and did not take a surname unless need for a certain type of documentation or after manumission. So even NBC News, this was from NBC News, a hot mess when the press gets involved. And you see the brown people here, free men. You see, when you hear the Freedmen's Bureau, I am a free man. And then at the bottom of that, if y'all can see it, it says James Freeman. That's how if you're a freeman, right? If you were freed, a lot of people assume that last name. I know a lot of people with the last name Freeman. They put it all together when it was originally, I am a free man. So they would put their first name and their last name would be Freeman. There's a lot of people with that last name. Freemans. Because they were free. Y'all get it? Give me a 1 because I'm going to keep rolling through. Indians that were enslaved became free men. That's a fact. See, a lot of us didn't read and write. So we had people writing for us and we put X on the name. A lot of our people back then don't have the understanding we have now of this United States system and process. They were deemed feeble-minded. Even on census sheets, couldn't read past 3rd grade and all that stuff. You're talking about people learning a system, a whole different system from the system that they were under. So just because of that, society viewed these people as African slaves. No, they were Indians enslaved. We're talking right after what happened with the Peacocks, and we're going to get into that. You'll see. Now, that case, Robin versus Hardway in 1772, the judgment in the case of Robin versus Hardway ruled that the descendants of a certain indigenous woman who had been sold into slavery between 1682 and 1748 were in fact free, and their ancestors had been sold into slavery illegally. Their enslaver was charged with trespass, assault, and battery and imprisonment. However, he only had to pay 1 shilling in damages besides court costs. So that case is very interesting. You should read it. It was became illegal to enslave Indians, but the Indians were enslaved on their land. That was us. That was the only enslavement on this land, us. But the problem with society and the many individual states, they did not want to acknowledge the brown Aborigine Indian. So they named them the black. And this is the case right here. You can read it. I'm not going to go into it. This is the handwritten when it's presented in Virginia. This case, the Hardway case. Check it out. Now, here we go. Trump and the Canada controversy. So let's take it back with Canada. I decided to take it back with Canada, with the basics. The White House was not burned down by Canada, but by British troops during the War of 1812 in retaliation for American attacks on British held territory, what is now Canada. So let's talk a little bit about the War of 1812. The War of 1812 was between the United States and the United Kingdom, which included what is now Canada. British retaliation. During the war, British forces, including troops from what would become Canada, retaliated for American actions in British-held territory, including the burning of York, which is modern-day Toronto. The burning of Washington. On August 24th, 1814, British troops marched into Washington, D.C., and set fire to the White House and other government buildings, including the Capitol. Canada did not exist as a country at that time. The territory that is now Canada was under British control and was made up of Upper and Lower Canada. The symbolic importance. The burning of the White House and other government buildings was a major blow to American pride and a demonstration of British strength. The burning of Washington, also known as the capture of Washington, was a successful British amphibious attack conducted by Rear Admiral George Cockburn during Admiral John Warren's Chesapeake campaign. It was the only time since the American Revolutionary War that a foreign power had captured and occupied a United States capital. Following the defeat of American forces at the Battle of Bladensburg on August 24, 1814, a British army led by Major General Robert Ross marched on Washington, D.C. that evening. British soldiers and sailors set fire to multiple public buildings, including the Presidential Mansion, United States Capitol, and Washington Navy Yard. The attack was in part a retaliation for prior American actions in British-held Upper Canada, in which U.S. forces had burned and looted York the previous year and had then burned large portions of Port Dover. Less than 4 days after the attack began, a heavy thunderstorm, possibly a hurricane, and a tornado extinguished the fires and caused further destruction. The British occupation of Washington, D.C. lasted for roughly 26 hours. President James Madison, along with his administration and several military officials, evacuated and were able to find refuge for the night in Brookville, a small town in Montgomery County, Maryland. Madison spent the night in the house of Caleb Bentley, a Quaker who lived and worked in Brookville. Bentley's house, known today as the Madison House, still exists today. Britain did not lose Canada in a sudden event, but rather Canada gradually gained independence through a series of constitutional and political developments, culminating in the patriation of the Constitution of 1982. That's very recent. Some of y'all was just born in 1982. Early British rule and the 7 Years' War. After the 7 Years' War, also known as the French and Indian War, Britain gained control of Canada from France, which was a major shift in the region's political landscape. Confederation and the British North America Act. Now, 1867, this is all Reconstruction time now. The province of Canada, along with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, formed the Dominion of Canada through the British North America Act, establishing a self-governing entity within the British Empire. Gradual evolution of independence. Canada's path to full independence was a gradual process marked by key events like the Imperial Conference of 1926 and the Statute of Westminster in 1931, which further solidified Canada's autonomy within the Commonwealth. Patriation of the Constitution. The final step toward full sovereignty occurred in 1982 with the patriation of the Constitution, removing Canada's legal dependence on the British Parliament. The Canada Act, passed by the British Parliament at the request of Canadian government, formally ended the request and consent provisions of the Statute of Westminster, ensuring that Canada could amend its constitution without British consent. Constitutional monarchy. While Canada is a constitutional monarchy with the British monarch as its head of state, the role is largely ceremonial and the Canadian government operates independently. In the end, the British Empire was defeated in the Revolutionary War and formally ceded parts of southwestern Canada to the new United States as part of the Treaty of Paris. Queen Elizabeth II gave royal assent to the Canada Act on March 29th, 115 years to the day after Queen Victoria, her great-great-grandmother, had approved the Federation Act of 1867. Thus, the last legal tie with Great Britain was severed and Canada became a fully sovereign state. Okay. Now, the indigenous ties with the British in 1812, which is jumping back some years. During the War of 1812, numerous indigenous groups, including those led by Tecumseh, allied with the British to resist American expansion into their territories, particularly in the Great Lakes region and Canada. Many indigenous people saw the British as a buffer against American expansion and encroachment on their lands. During the War of 1812, many enslaved and free Black individuals seeking freedom joined the British Army and Navy, forming units like the Corps of Colonial Marines, and later resettled in places like Nova Scotia and Trinidad. Tecumseh, Shawnee, a prominent Shawnee leader who formed a pan-Indian alliance to resist American expansion, playing a key role in the defense of Canada and the western frontier. And then we have the tribes like Ojibwa, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Shawnee. These tribes, along with others, participated in key battles like the capture of Detroit and the Battle of Michilimackinac. Michilimackinac. I wonder if that's Michelin. Michilimackinac. That sounds so much like Michigan. Supporting the British. Let me read that again. The Ojibwa, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Shawnee. These tribes, along with others, participated in key battles like the capture of Detroit and the Battle of Michilimackinac, supporting the British. Six Nations, warriors from the Six Nations Confederacy, the Seneca, the Cayuga, the Onondaga, the Oneida, the Mohawk, and the Tuscarora also fought alongside the British. So the British had a lot of Aborigines to side with them to stop the United States expansion and encroachment onto their territories. That's a fact. But the United States still end up with New York, Willie. I'll get somebody in the panel later. That's the part where I'm confused. But now, what I want you not to do is get twisted, because that the corpse of colonial Marines. Listen, honey, our ancestors was in that. They side a lot of, like I told you, a lot of our ancestors did fight with the British during the Revolutionary War, and they fought on the side, the Confederate side in the South when it came to the Civil War. But the corpse of colonial Marines during the War of 1812, many enslaved, free, and black individuals seeking freedom joined the British Army and Navy, forming units like the Corps of Colonial Marines, and later resettled in places like Nova Scotia and Trinidad. That's Aborigines from this land, y'all, our ancestors. These black soldiers received the same training, uniforms, pay, and pensions as their Royal Marine counterparts. All right. And now, one thing about it, yes, they put on the British uniforms, but what they did not do was take that feather out that hat. And I know you see it. There's only one reason why they're going to rock that feather in that hat. And that's a fact. They rocking, all right? They got to take off their original attire and what they're accustomed to wearing. Because I'll never forget Chief Kanasatago when he said that our when they all dressed and the people, when they looked at them, they reminded of the Romans, because they was decked out. You know, they had their feathers and gold on, looking all good like 50 Cent and Big Meech. But here, yes, they did put their feather on because they were British allies. Here we go. I'm just showing you some pictures. Now, this look like somebody damn grandpa here in the front, over here on the left. And then in the back, you see, bro, man, it's two different dudes. They got them feathers in their hat. Those were the allies for the British. Can you please give me a 1 if you see it? I know this is just a portrait, but they did have their feathers on. These were not Africans that came here. And this is the real great hate of the colonizers. You can see why the descendants of today dislike brown men, our Pookies and Ray Rays, because they did not side with the Union. And this picture is always in their head about us. Do you understand that? That's where the major hate came from. Because a lot of our ancestors did side with British. A lot of tribes, man. In the South, the Cherokees, a lot of them did side with the South. And we are the descendants of those children, of these people here. You got to understand history in its perspective. A lot of our ancestors side with the Confederates, but at this time, they were siding, with the Brits to maintain Canada. Like I'm just reading with you, and sided with the Brits. The Brits had a lot of support from our people. Hey, John, over articulated ghetto clinic. Sammy, hi, baby. So understand This is why a lot of reasons why this, when I'm talking about in their Bible, the deep enmity, we sided with the Brits. A lot of us, especially in the South, we were Confederates. That's why the South is Confederate and the North is not. So it's not just hate because of our color, it's because of our ancestors' actions in the past. So, of course, a colonizer's grandparents and great-great-grandparents from that time is going to pass down, yo, don't never trust them niggas. Yo, y'all feel me? I need to know. You feel me? Give me something in the chat. Put up a damn laughing face. This is true. So there's several reasons why our people today are hated, and other foreigners that they feel that they could trust always come over us, because we wasn't trying to let the colonizers exist comfortably on our land. We kept fighting, and then we would get enslaved, meaning imprisoned. They was not fighting Chinese people. The colonizers was not fighting Asians over here. Chinese people, that was Nagas. They was fighting right there. There you go. It's an old picture that was drawn by someone. I'm glad I wasn't born in them days. So now, Upper Canada. This is the segment of the story where I get so damn confused, and somebody's going to have to come and help me in a minute. But listen to this first, and then I'm going to open up the panel so that I can be helped with this understanding. It's so mind-boggling. But anyway, let's read about Upper Canada and Lower Canada. In 1791, now y'all know we had them same looking old brown governors down here. The British established Upper Canada and Lower Canada to reflect the geographical location of the land, with Upper Canada encompassing the area now known as Ontario, and Lower Canada covering the area that is now Quebec. So now here is, let me see. There's just a few more. So I think this is the last slide. So now this area, I'll read this last. Let me remove this. I'm going to read this article that was written this year, setting the record straight on Canada-US trade. All right. I want to read this, and then I'm going to open the panel. But I want you to listen to this first, and then we can go into this damn map, because I'm so confused. And my head had been busting for 3 days. That's why I didn't go live. So let me get this. That's because I told you I did not study a lot of Canada. But the more I read, I'm like freaking out when I read. All right, let me make this a little bigger. Setting the record straight on Canada and U.S. trade. All right, here's the highlights. Canada is the largest export market for the U.S. and makes up one of the smallest trade deficits. Now, this is somebody else's information. You can agree to disagree. It's okay. But it helps me understand what Trump is saying even more. And a lot of what Trump is saying makes sense to me, and I'll tell you why after. Owning largely to U.S. demand for energy-related products. This is something that Trump said we don't even need. But let's just read it. Trade in the auto sector is balanced between the two nations. While President Trump has mused that the U.S. could replace Canadian auto exports with its own domestic supply, the highly integrated North American supply chain is a major complicating factor. Flipping this argument on its head, Canadian auto manufacturing has room to expand. Canada produces only 14 car models, but consumes 325 models. The US produces 121 models of the 328 models consumed by Americans. With respect to Trump's assertion that the US subsidizes Canada to the tune of $200 billion per year, it's unclear where this number is derived. In any event, rather than a subsidy, the U.S. trade deficit is a byproduct of U.S. economic outperformance relative to other countries. As Canadians brace for a long period of deal making under President Trump's tariff strategy, here's a primer on what's at stake and the facts being the rhetoric. In addition to the border security concerns, Trump has argued that the United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits that Canada needs to stay afloat, claiming that the U.S. subsidizes Canada to the tune of $200 billion annually. How massive is the deficit, and is there validity to this claim of subsidization? Canada is America's second largest trading partner, but number one export market. In the first 3 quarters of 2024, roughly 800 billion, or in the US dollar, 600 billion of goods crossed the Canadian-US border, including trade and services boosts, where these totals to 683 billion. But 910 in Canada, that's what it means. There's a difference between the fiats. This is the equivalent to 3.6 billion in total import and export flows each and every day. Wow. Only Mexico edges out Canada. But when it comes to which country dominates in buying American products, Canada is the single largest market by a large margin, with nearly 350 billion goods and services crossing Canada's border over the first 3 quarters of 2024. Some of the 34 U.S. states sell more goods to Canada than any other foreign economy. Trade between U.S. and Canada is highly integrated. Most Canadian exports are inputs used by American businesses in their own production, more so than with other trading partners. Thus, a disproportionate share of the negative tariff impacts on imports from Canada would be through the channel of business supply chains and productivity that would derive higher costs and inflationary pressures at the retail level. So here's a graph chart. Chart 1 is Canada is the second largest trading partner to the U.S. So if you look down here at the bottom, trading total trade with U.S. billions. Down here at the bottom, and this is 2024, it's showing Mexico, all right, Canada, China, the UK, Germany, Japan, Korea, India, Taiwan, and France. So our biggest people are Mexico, Canada, and China. So now in chart 2, it says Canada remains the most important hub for U.S. exports. Canada is the number 1, Mexico, China, UK, Japan, Germany. See how they got it across the bottom? It's almost a match, duplicate. only being that on the trading partner side, it would be Mexico, and on the import side, Canada comes first. From the American lens, trade with Canada is balanced. Based on statistic, Canada's merchandise trade surplus with the U.S. last year was a track to reach $100 billion. That equates to 3.2% of Canadian GDP. The U.S., however, enjoys an edge in services trade, mainly related to Canadians following the American border. This impact shrinks the trade surplus to $85 billion, or 2.8% of Canadian GDP. Looking at the trade situation from the U.S. lens yields smaller figures, partly reflecting different data measurement. Applying Census Bureau figures, the U.S. is on track to record a trade deficit with Canada of roughly $45 billion in 2024. In Canadian dollars, at the spot rate, this would amount to $65 billion. Since Trump, the U.S. trade position eroded against Canada. The U.S. trade deficit with Canada has deteriorated since Trump's first mandate, a fact that is probably not lost on the president as he presses on using tariffs as a primary international policy tool. Indeed, between 2016 and 2020, the U.S. posted a modest annual average surplus with Canada around $20 billion. Some of this weakening of the U.S. position with Canada reflects the outperformance of the U.S. economy since the pandemic, as well as a material increase in Canadian energy exports southward. Despite this loss of ground, the U.S. trade shortfall with Canada remains below its record of almost $75 billion in 2005. So this is another chart. So here's the thing. I'm not going to read all this. This is very long, but what I will do is put this economic study in the chat. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to open the chat up because for the life of me, I don't know why this light is doing this. It's crazy. Anyway, for the life of me, this light is crazy. Oh, there it is. For the life of me, I'm having a weird understanding and feeling there's something strange about Canada, is all I can say. And at this point, what I did was I went and pulled up this map. Okay, let me take the banner down for a minute because I still have my fair use signal up there. I went and pulled up this map. And if you can see Canada above right here. I don't know if you can see my finger, but you see Canada here. All this color is Canada. And then you have the United States on the bottom down here. And then you have the parts of Canada that United States has. And then the red line is the imaginary border that was put there. That wasn't always there. So what Trump is saying, this is like really weird to me, man. First, it's just so much. You know what? I want people to come on the panel now because I'm going to ask my questions now and maybe you can help me. So let me put the link in the chat and I'm going to ask you guys to come up on the panel so I can ask you questions because this is where I get deadly confused. Pin to the message. We're $6 billion, the 60 billion. We don't need, Trump is saying we don't need all these things from them, that they might as well become a state. What Trump, it would save more money. It makes more sense because we're sending them money that we don't need to send them, according to Trump. Everything that they're doing, we can do ourselves. We got the oil, we got everything. And we're just giving us some. So I'm like, why are we giving them money like that? I don't understand why we're giving them money like that. That means this imaginary line would go away, and this would be a part of the United States. Now, Canada did everything that they needed to do to become a state. But the only difference, the questions I have, that means if they do become a state, they're going to have to go by what's in our Constitution and abide by our it's like, really, this is why I need people to come on the panel. So let me give a little music break and allow the panel is now open. I'll play a little music for a little while folks get up here, because I have questions about Canada. I do, and I'm gonna wait for folks to get on the panel. So I'm gonna play a little music until you guys get up here. Come on up. Hey, Straight Smoke. I guess we can get a little bit started. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing, Sister Bethany?
I'm great. So,
That's awesome to hear.
so it's like I'm a little confused first with the whole Canada thing. Um, it seems to me, and I don't know, I could be wrong. It seems to me that this was the original area where the Brits were versus where they are now over in UK. It seems like they were here first and then left here and went and established over where they are now in the UK. Is that right? Or did you ever think about that? Or could that be a strong possibility?
Well, to be totally honest with you, the French had acquired had was the first there. The
Right.
French was the first there.
Okay. That makes more sense because of the French and Indian Wars.
Right.
But there were also Indians there
Yes, there
as
were
well.
the Algonquin, Iroquois
Right.
families inhabited that region, and I mean it was many others, but yeah, I believe that was in like 1552 or something like that.
Yeah, they were there. I do realize that. But then they were ran out. It's like the Iroquois Confederacy was run out of Canada. And I did not know and realize that Canada, that New York was part of Canada and Michigan. When you look at this map, I can
Hmm.
see where they were part of Canada, and that's what the Iroquois was able to portions of Canada that they were able to keep.
Yeah, the British didn't uh, formally acquired Canada and from France until 1763. But
Okay, so no,
right,
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
so the the French met the Iroquois and Algonquins there when they first came there with settlements.
Okay.
So what it paints the picture to me is that this was all trade. Everything was about trading. Now, as far as I remember, if you take a step back, me and you had a conversation to where we said that would have Britain or the British came from Canada down the coastline to the 13 colonies.
Well, I do know that that's what happened, but actually, um, the colonizers came. The ones that came in Connecticut actually came from Mass, so I'm sure they probably were up in that area first.
Right.
This is why I'm having a hard time with the Pilgrim story because it seems to me it makes more sense to me. I don't know. And then Willie was like, "No, remember they landed on Plymouth Rock." So then he
Mhm.
was like, "No, they really did come from UK, London. That at that point." But I'm like, "But what if they really came from out of Canada and land down in Mass by boat
Now,
rather than from the
I,
UK?" If we
I
were told that they came from England or whatever
mhm.
to from England and landed on Plymouth Rock, but what if they came from Canada and land on Plymouth Rock, and because of persecution of religious freedom. Is that possible or no? Because of date lines.
Yes, it is. That is very possible. I can tell you why. Because they, like I said, the British acquired Canada from the French in 1763. So yeah, that could have been possible. I mean, certain groups, not all 13, but certain groups, absolutely, I can see that. Absolutely, I can see that. Now, I would say, like, let's say out of those 13 colonies, how many do you think came from Canada? Me personally, I say about 4 or 5. That makes it a lot palatable, if you will.
Yeah, it does. Only reason why I'm saying this is because it was so easy for them to get down. Once after you come from out of Massachusetts, you're getting ready to hit England. You're hitting New England, and it seems to me that they had to be. It just doesn't make sense when you start talking about King Philip's wars, and then um them leaving for religious freedom. Is it possible that the folks that the colonizers, the pilgrims was getting away from was ruling right here in Canada and came down here, and they ended up they ended up in Mass, and then they didn't last in Massachusetts long, and because of disagreements with religion, and then they made their way on down into Connecticut, where uh they established themselves. Like about 100 of them came to Connecticut, and Connecticut, the Indians here gave them West Hartford and some parts of Hartford. They were
Okay.
loose. They weren't large pieces, but they let them come here and settle. They got away from British. So we keep being told this story of them coming from England, but I'm thinking that could have been later. Or did they really just come from up here in Canada? Period. Point blank. That's where I'm starting to say, wait a minute, something don't sound right. I'm just thinking that they came straight from out of here, Canada, where you see on down, and they brought their butts on down here. Because look how far England is versus how close Canada is. I don't know.
Well, like I said, it's not to say it's not doable. It's not to say that's not doable. I would, like I said, I would say that I wouldn't say all 13 came, each company came from Canada, but I
Hmm.
would say some did. Some did. Because if just thinking about what you're saying, now it begs me to wonder, well, who was the leader of each company? You see what I'm talking about? Who was on each? So we had one go here, one go here, one go here, one go here. Who was the leader of each one of those companies?
That's
Balance to you, Chief Beppy, and
hi,
also Smoke.
hi, absolutely.
What's
Bang
going
bang.
on after you? How's it going?
Greatness. Greatness. But I totally agree with Sister Bethy on her journey to find out who Canada really is to the American people. Because again, they are calling the people up there Aboriginal for some odd reason. You know, only dark skinned people can be an Aboriginal to any spot. So, but again, you can see how they're taking that name for some odd reason. And also, in reference to the Algonquin tribe, That is totally the Brits, or Breton, Berton. So the way they spell their converted name to take over our land and our name, they spell it Brit, Britan. But the official name was Breton. And that's actually first found here in Canada amongst the Algonquin people and Nova Scotia. So I just wanted to chime in with that and agreeing with Sister Bethy as far as who were the first, I guess you would say, Englanders, Eagles land, and who has the most eagles? We have the most eagles here. So it's not the wordplay is also a little bit of the trickery as well too. So when you start breaking down each word of what they're calling themselves, can we find that here as well? Yes, we can. We can find Edinburgh, which is supposed to be the place of King James, who supposedly started the first company. Well, it spawned out of the Plymouth Company, which is, again, an American spot. So you don't know about Plymouth, you can't name a company that. If you're selling here to find a spot to actually conquer, you can't name it Plymouth.
Right on.
So So yeah, that's all I wanted to input so far. With agreeing with Sister Bethy, if you look at the Algonquin tribes, they had a multitude of different families underneath that one Algonquin title.
They sure did.
I can run down a few of them right now. You had the Narragansett, Mohegan, Chawanoke, Carolina Algonquin, Roanoke Algonquin. You had the Croatian Algonquin, Powhatan Confederacy Algonquins, Pamunkey Algonquins, Powhatan again Confederacy when they switched up under the brother. You had Wampanoag in Massachusetts. You had the Patuex also in Massachusetts. You had the Wabanaki again, a different sect of those guys, the Abenaki, Penobscot, Micmac, Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, Shawnee. These are all Algonquin different tribes right here. Kickapoo, Peora, and it gives you they're also in Mexico as well too. So you got to think about it. The Algonquin was the French speaking people at the same time, but also you had a different sect of the Algonquin that actually spoke English vernacular. So again, these are Aboriginal people to America. So the French Empire was the Louisianians, the purchase of Louisiana. That was the French Empire at that time. You had the Spanish and the Portuguese Empire took over the west coast of the Americas and all of South America. That was the Spanish and Portuguese Empire, which was Aboriginal. You got to think about it. What language did the Mayans speak? What language did the Olmec speak? Those are your Spanish Empire people who had a big maritime. And again, up here in North America, we had our own maritime, but you had to know the Iroquois Algonquin were going overseas. You can possibly call these people the Viking when you do a little bit more research. They describe the Vikings as the same type of people as the Iroquois, as the same type of people as the Algonquin different tribes. So there's a lot of similarity in their stories that they're telling us. So what's behind their story is what we're starting to find as we uncover who really is Canada.
And that's has been the biggest confusion, because when we're talking about the Revolutionary War, and then we go into when we're talking about the Revolutionary War, we hear about the King of England, and we hear about Queen Elizabeth, and it just seems to me like they were in this area, what we call Canada, rather than England. And the only reason why I say that because then we get to the War of 1812, and a year before that, the United States went up there and burned shit up in Canada. There some places up there in Canada. And then a year at War of 1812, they came down here and burned up, the White House and all this. And I'm like, if you're dealing with the Brits, why weren't they? There's a story of them burning in England, but instead they went up to Canada and burned things up. That's
That's
why
what they
I'm
had
confused. Huh?
because that's what they had purchased. That's what was the closest entity they can reach.
No, what she's saying is the Brits are the actual Aboriginals fighting against other Aboriginals. Remember, we had what was the middleman at this time? We had indentured servants running around here, working at the companies like the Virginia Company or the Plymouth Company. So you got to think about what were the Aboriginals fighting about? Did some people want to free the indentured servants that we had? You
Well,
got to look
no,
at it now. They're free.
exactly what I'm saying is England is Canada. Is basically what I'm saying. Thanks, my dear. That's basically what I'm saying. I'm not seeing the back and forth with war with England, but Canada here, not over where Prince Harry and them are. It seems they left from Canada and went over and built that and ran the people out that were originally there, the Aboriginal people over there where England is, and but they came from this area of this map. Everything
No,
it seems to me that you know what I mean?
no, you're correct. I'm agreeing with you. Those are the Algonquin people that they put those different names to and put their whole history in the United Kingdom. So, no, you're correct. They took the Algonquin history and put it in the United Kingdom's history. If you go back to United Kingdom history, their history starts around 1830. They don't even have people in those places still to this day where they said that they were running the spot at. The population isn't even a heavy population in the United Kingdom still to this day. To
That's
say that they were conquering the world. The United Kingdom is like two little islands. It's literally two islands that they're calling the United Kingdom. It's literally the size of like New York and like that little area up there. It's not even huge. Nova Scotia is the same size as the United Kingdom, and we're just talking about one island off the America coast. Well,
right.
actually, I think Nova Scotia is like a peninsula. It's hooked to the mainland, but it's extending out to an island, like so to speak.
Okay. All right. I just got to study more um into it because it's not making any sense for the back and forth communication as far as business wise with England over where England is now, where they have it at, being in Europe over there. Or did they take the name from over there? I mean, to me, where Canada is, it seemed like that is Europe.
And
Because then if you look up to the far left, you get to Russia, you get to all the European countries. It's mind-boggling me. And the funny thing about this, there's no England on this map. This is a whole nother area. There's no England where Prince Harry is. I don't know. Help me out, somebody.
Well, I heard people say that the original French, the original Spanish originated in Canada. I heard people say that. They said they left from Canada and went over to what is now France to establish that civilization, then came back. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but
No, it is true. But again, you got to think about Brazil. You can't leave out South America. They were the first ones speaking Portuguese, which is a little bit of the French type style. So that's how you got the actual Portuguese language on the Iberian Peninsula. You got two different people going to the European area. You got pretty much the Spanish going out to the Pacific areas and giving those guys the Spanish type language from that side. So it is two different sides to the Americas. So on the East Coast, you got the Portuguese, then you got English and French going over to like the northern parts of Europe and the Iberian Peninsula. And they were also bringing back indentured servants from over there as well too. So that's how that language was traveling over there and coming back to the Americas in a different dialect, because we had to teach them our language in order to be an indentured servant on our land. We didn't even let them speak their language. Like they're telling the story of us not speaking our language, which still to this day, we're still speaking our language. We're still speaking our man-made language here on this man-made land that we've built up. So yes, Canada was the people that went over to Europe, 110%. Not only Canada, but also the Brazilians, as well as the Spanish people went over there as well too. Now you got, again, I'm saying the Spanish would be your Arawak type people, your Mayans, so to speak, because Mayans were still alive in the 1900s. They were taking pictures of them, saying that they were slaves at that time, dark-skinned people. So Mayans never died out.
So it's safe to say that these wars we had with the Spanish over here and the French, you know, they try to tell us that they came from over there, but it's safe to say that they could have been over here already.
That's
yeah, not could have been.
I'm feeling what Madeira is actually pushing out. Sister is saying those are political maps. Everything is right here, one landmass. I'm starting to feel that because it's making more sense when you're talking about what happened in history, because nothing else makes sense. It's like when you say we ran the Moors ass out of here, that's when we get into the King Henrys and King Charles and all of them. We ran their asses out of here and they went and established over what they have today, is what I'm saying. Because those structures, oh my goodness, the structures that were over here were duplicated over in England where they went. And the funny part is all these structures are in these main areas, areas of continents that they went and colonized. There are no structures like this in Africa. We got structures like this over in Russia, right? Am I right? We got structures over in the Middle East, like over here, or and everywhere else except Africa. This is why I know that we are definitely not from Africa. There's nothing over, no structures like this over there. And the structure that they have now was recently built. And they're still, they don't have no structures like this, like we have over here.
And Sister Bethy, just to dive a little deeper on what you're saying, like you got to think about it. If we do the research, when did Iberian Peninsula get corn? When did they get our three sister plants? Like, how did they get the food? Potatoes. Remember, the so-called Irish was having a potato famine. They didn't get potatoes until we took them over there. There was the Choctaw Indians from Mississippi.
Facts.
That's recent history that is documented. So we know when we got there and when we helped turn their life around. And so some of them were actually able to come back as an indentured servant. That's the only way any foreigner got here, first off. That's why they had to go through naturalization. So the languages that they're speaking when they get to America, we taught them those. Everything that the foreigners on, even a politic right now on TV, whatever language he's speaking, we taught them that. They were speaking different dialects that had nothing to do with anything overseas. We gave them a written language. We gave them how to read. We gave them the literal sense once they came over here as an indentured servant. So they are turning the story around. And again, I could actually, if you have time, if you could look up Queen Anne, that kind of gives you a scenario of that they were calling the people here kings and queens as well, because they were the indentured servants. So yes, they reply to us as king or queen if we're over their life. At that time they were in a bondage contract. So we got to think about that. Who were the indentured servants? If the Caucasian, so-called Caucasian, was the indentured servant, who was bringing them back and forth? It wasn't another Caucasian, trust me.
Well, it's the same thing like when they came over here in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. When they came over here, they was like forced into perpetual servitude because we had all the businesses, so they had to work for us. It's the same thing back then when they came over here. Who else they're going to work for except the indigenous people, which was us? And they had no choice. So they had to become indentured servants or slaves, one or the other.
So,
And again, they didn't start taking over to like after 1860s, not even taking over, but starting to put
Right.
a
Once
little.
they got their numbers up. Once they got their numbers up, that's where they started.
Exactly.
And that's their migration when they came to Ellis Island, Angel Island. Yeah. Then they started getting into the law enforcement, you know what I'm saying, forming these militia groups along with niggas. So, that's how that went down.
Sister
so
Bethy, you were about to say something?
yeah, because now it's mind-boggling to me because I didn't know that Canada doesn't have a militia. Our army is their army.
We own Canada. I don't care how they're playing it in the political eyes right now. We have always owned Canada. They are a part of North America. If you're talking about North America, you're not separating Canada from actual America. We're one and the same. We're the same exact size, so to speak, as well too. That's why they split it like they did. If you put Canada on top of America, it's the same exact size. Canada is probably a few more miles wider or longer than us, but it's not like in the thousands of miles. It's in the hundreds. They're the exact same size.
They got a smaller population, though. Population is smaller.
Yeah, and that's only because they only live like 100 miles above the fake boundary line from that splits them from the Americas. They only live 100 miles from that boundary line. It's too cold up there. They're in the Arctic Circle. Once you reach the 66 degree latitude up there, 66 degrees, you're in the Arctic Circle. So that's where the sun definitely don't go. You just see the sun. The sun doesn't actually go over your head at 12 noon because the sun doesn't go past the 33rd degree, and they know that. That's why the 33rd degree is so important to those so-called scholars. They know where the sun is circling within.
This is so Trump original Trump is saying that we give Canada 2 billion annually, and there's no need to keep giving them that money. Why is that? Is this why he want all the yellow to just can you please elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, if
Are
I
you speaking?
understand it, to my understanding, What he's saying is that he's giving them $2 billion every year, but they don't have anything to give us back. You know, in the imports and exports. You know, but basically what he's saying is that you're a country, but you don't have the infrastructure of a country. Like they don't have a military or anything like that. If anything, we got to protect them. So he's saying they got to pay for that. And then he's putting tariffs on them where they can't afford to pay the tariffs because they don't have any, import export that's going on to build their revenue. So what he's saying is that, okay, if you become a 51st state and you become a governor, then we don't have to do that. You don't have to pay the tariffs anymore. Therefore, you become a 51st state. So you get the same thing that a state would get on the same type of level, because at this point in time, he's saying the money we spending with y'all it doesn't make sense. Why are we spending this money with y'all? Y'all don't give us nothing. We don't need nothing from y'all. So that's the way he's looking at it. He's looking at it as a business type move, plus a strategic type move, because if you look at the map, we already have Alaska right here, and then he wants to get Canada, and then he's trying to get Greenland. He's trying to secure that whole area right there when you look at it. That's why I keep saying it's national security, because you got Russia right there, and then you got all these other countries on the other side.
Wait, let me pull up a better what do you call it, of this map, so we can get the real view of it, where you're to the areas where you're stating. Let me just pull it up.
That was very, very, very close. I like what you said. I really like what you said. That was spot on. Just a couple things missing from it.
Okay, so here is it. Now I see what you're saying. Okay.
If you look at it, you see the only thing, right? The United States is cut off from Greenland and Canada. They only have Alaska. So what he's looking at, like, okay, if I can get Canada, and he's already negotiated with Greenland, I think he's about to get Greenland actually. Then they can secure that whole area and put the military up there, whatever.
Wouldn't we already have Greenland? It's the same color as U.S.
No, we don't got Greenland yet. I forgot who owns Greenland.
All right, so we got the imaginary red line. Okay, with Russia. I see Russia way up here in the far left on the top.
Yeah, it's right next to Alaska.
That's why Russia wanted Alaska back at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then, wow.
So if we was to attain Canada, as the gentleman so eloquently put, yes, it is a strategic thing, for real. But the whole thing about it is that Canada is not really utilizing what they have. They ain't doing nothing. The reason Trump was like, hey, you know what? I don't have to do this, is because he's trying to get companies to bring their jobs back to America. So everything is going to be manufactured right here on this soil. So it ain't going to need for import, export no more on certain levels.
All right.
So basically, he's trying to put Canada out of business.
Well, no, he's not trying to put.
He's trying to get them to come along, but he's telling them that y'all will be more safer. He's saying that y'all will be more safer.
You got to understand, Canada allowed the Chinese to come up there and do winter drills. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Trying to put them out of business so they would have no other choice but to sell Canada. He know that Trudeau right now is not strong enough, and so that's why they got him out of office. Now the next guy is talking about turning everybody's lights off in the north if they didn't do what he said. That didn't work. So Canada didn't have strength. These are recent immigrants in the 1800s. They have records of these immigrants for sure. They're fresh new immigrants. They have no clue what they're doing.
I'm looking at it from an energy standpoint, production standpoint, more revenue standpoint. They're not using portions of their land. That's why when you saw Trump talking to another dude, he was like, "Oh yeah, we need icebreakers." That's right. To go into that upper Arctic Ocean, you're gonna need some icebreakers, my dude. But you got to imagine the minerals that's up there that has not been tapped into. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, Canada alone has 100,000 different lakes, just natural lakes, 100,000. So yeah, of course, they haven't tapped into a lot. I mean, it's untouched, unscathed land.
Exactly, my guy. Exactly.
But Trump
That's
said
my
that we
point.
do not need their energy sources because we have them here.
Right. They not using theirs. So we're not gonna keep we're not gonna keep paying you this. You're doing nothing for us, and you're a hindrance. Actually, you're a hindrance to us. You might as well become a 51st state. Let us go ahead, put you on with our government. We'll take care of the whole, we'll take care of the rest. You just understand that you're being ran by the United States. You've been acquired. Mergers and acquisitions.
Yeah, Trump basically saying we trying to take care of y'all. Basically, that's what he
I
said.
can read you about the GDP, what Canada would actually increase with our GDP really quick if you guys really want to know what the actual numbers are. Because they wouldn't add nothing to our GDP but 8%. And guess who's still above them if we do add them? Right now,
Mexico.
California and Texas GDP is bigger than Canada's.
Damn.
Canada. Yeah. Right.
They have a lot of unused land in Canada. It's like
A ton.
the same 5 people that are there are only there, and all that land, it's just there and nothing's on it.
I mean, Nova Scotia being a part of Canada now, shoot, that's 5% of their entire population right there, just that one little island of Nova Scotia. And again, they don't live 100 miles out from mainland North America, so they're not even far from our borderline.
They're not. Well, I didn't know that New York touched Canada. That's
Upstate New
Yes.
York. Yep, right to Canada.
damn.
You got St. Lawrence River. That's a very, very important river. That St. Lawrence is how they were coming in around the backside, but they still had to check in at Ellis Island, no matter what, before they got to the mainland or went straight to New York, the island. Because New Jersey sits right across the street as far as waterways go, so they can go to mainland New Jersey or they can go to New York, the island.
Wait a minute. Why is that saying British Columbia, Grand Prairie, George Prince? Up there. You see up there?
And again, that's
huh?
And again, it's called Prince Edward's Island right there as well too. So everything is king and queen, prince, princess. All this stuff is all up in the Nova Scotia, St. Edward's Island area. So they had to come there first. That's why you got Newfoundland. This is where they were fishing off the coast, and they used a lot of indentured servants up this way as well too. Nova Scotia had a lot of indentured servants there, just like Jamaica did.
Okay, so
Because again, go ahead, Chief. My apologies.
oh no, I'm like I'm just like kind of thrown. I'm like so thrown, you guys, and I just got to do more study. Like I said, I never looked into the history of Canada, and every time I look at this, they were ran out of there. Somebody ran them out of there to cause them to go over to establish the UK.
Sister Bethy,
Huh?
don't listen. Don't listen to Absolutely. He be having some good
No,
shit.
but he's making some
But
very
look,
good
I'm gonna break
sense.
it down for you.
All right, I'm gonna give you a try, but he absolutely been dropping some information. I mean,
But
even if
it's
not
backwards.
accurate, huh?
It's backward.
All right, well,
Some
let's hear what you
some
say so we can see.
Salute,
Because I'm
salute,
learning.
Valid Super.
salute. Peace to the panel, peace
My
to the
God.
chat.
Peace.
Everybody. Now listen. Far as Trump, right? What's going on with the economy or whatever? We are actually subsidizing Canada. Canada does not have enough people to take advantage of all of their natural resources, right? So America buys, like when they say they're gonna cut the lights off, America buys a lot of their oil for power up in the north. So they say, fuck it, we'll cut y'all lights off. But we actually don't need their oil. So the politics is like they can't defend themselves. So they really relying on being so close to the U.S. that nobody fuck with them, right? So Trump saying, if y'all want our protection, you got to pay for it, right?
And
So
they have a militia.
Right, but they can't defend themselves against nobody in the world.
Correct.
Right.
They have
so
what any
Russia,
local state would have, any United State would have, like we have our militia.
Even if they
here.
did have a militia, they can't go up against another world power like Russia or China or Korea. They just can't defend them. Right. So since they so close to us, America says somebody else come set up in Canada, it'll be a threat to us. So they just use it,
right there.
right? Just like Cuba. When the Russians try to set up in Cuba, America say, no, you too close. Same thing with Putin. He's saying, NATO, you too close. You got to get out of whatever that country is that they fighting with. But
Ukraine.
Right. Since we shut down all our manufacturing in Detroit and up around Motor City and all of our car manufacturing plants, now we can buy their cars. We say, fuck them. We're going to open back up our plants and y'all keep y'all cars.
Wait a minute. I thought Obama opened up the cars or saved it. Or that was just a temporary fix.
No. I mean, if you look at Detroit right now, it's dead.
Damn.
Chicago.
So he opened up the trade with Mexico and Canada, and since they got cheaper labor, they were going to start manufacturing cars in Canada and Mexico and selling them to America.
Okay, now, Super, can I just jump in line right there? What he did that for was to build up Canada and to also build up Mexico to kind of like get the people more civilized. So he was putting jobs. The United States wanted to make sure the foreigner came into the mainland Americas, like having something to do because they were still bringing foreigners over here. And you know who lives in Detroit? Most of Michigan is us, Aboriginals, the original people. So they were taking jobs from us. Yeah.
Right. And shipping them overseas, same as China. He could have crippled China. China is dead.
Really?
Yeah, see, that's the reason why he came up with tariffs, because he's putting tariffs on all of these big companies that's overseas that left the United States during the North American Free Trade Agreement with Bill Clinton. You know, so he's putting tariffs on them, and he's like, okay, if you want to ship your goods back over here, you're gonna have to pay this amount. So what these companies are doing now, they are leaving those countries and they're building companies in America to avoid the tariffs, to build the economy
that's a
up.
strategic move. So
Yeah, that's why he's doing it. Right.
He forced
Don't you remember when John Deere left the mainland?
Everybody did.
Right.
So we're down to like 20% manufacturing in America.
So the whole thing about it
manufacture 20% of the shit that we use.
So
he's trying to bring all that shit back, and you niggas gonna have to get y'all ass up and go to fucking work.
So the whole
because all these companies that's coming back, this is American jobs. They gotta hire Americans. They can't bring in workers too. They can only bring in their money and their good idea, but they gotta hire Americans.
The whole analogy behind that was skilled labor isn't cheap and cheap labor isn't skilled. So we don't want no more of your cheap labor.
No. It's just
no, it ain't even about that. It ain't about cheap labor.
Right. Because I mean,
if you shut down industry and you only have service jobs, that only leaves certain people for those service jobs. They completely decimated the industry.
Yeah, the North American Free Trade Agreement was definitely about cheap labor. That's what that shit was all about. But what he's trying to do is reverse that. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to reverse that. That's why
they took advantage of it.
Right. That's why he's taxing these companies now. Yeah, he's taxing these companies now. He's like, okay, if you want to sell your shit over here in America, then you're gonna have to pay top dollar. If you want to build a factory over here, then you ain't got to pay shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The
You ain't
free
got to worry
trade
about the
agreement,
tariffs, but you
it
got to
was
hire our
about
people.
cheap labor, but the Democrats didn't manage it right. Right. So if we say get our cars made in Mexico because labor is cheaper in Mexico, right? We could take advantage of that because they're so close. We don't take shit but drive it across the border and put it on the market. But they didn't manage it right, and they let the countries get the long end of the stick, and we took the short end of the stick. It was supposed to be even down the board, right? Y'all make us cheap cars, we'll buy them from y'all for cheap, but we'll cut costs because we don't have to ship them that far. So both sides can win. We'll increase your labor market, and y'all make our products cheaper, right? But they didn't take advantage of it, and they were supposed to regulate it to a certain amount. So we need, we got 100% sales in America. We're gonna manufacture 80, and y'all manufacture 20. But they flipped it. We manufacturing 20, and they doing 80 and stuff in their pockets when it's supposed to stay in the pockets of the American people. Because that's what the deal was for, to make our products cheaper, make our life, easier.
Yeah, but
While
what was
increasing their
happening is
labor market.
what was happening with the Biden administration is they had stuff coming. What they was doing was we was exporting our product to other countries, and they were importing what they're still doing that. They're importing stuff from
We
their
weren't
countries.
manufacturing anything to export. That's the
Right, but listen
thing.
to what I'm saying though. Listen to what I'm saying though. What they
They
was
kill
doing
all
was
manufacturing.
right, but listen to what I'm saying. What they're doing was they were charging us more to export our stuff to their countries and charging them less, and we was charging them less to bring their shit to our country. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why he's
We
switching that shit
understood that.
around now. Right, he's switching that shit
Nah,
around now.
it ain't gonna switch. It's gonna even out. But we got the big hand.
Hey,
We got the big
Right,
joker.
right.
fellas, when was the free trade agreement signed into action?
Which one? The North American Free Trade Agreement?
What, in the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that
one.
was like in the 80s.
Well,
Yeah,
then
like the
now it was
80s.
Clinton. It was Clinton. I think that was the 90s.
Yeah, it was the 90s.
Yeah,
I was
yeah, the
just trying to
90s.
get a
Yep. Clinton
time
was the
frame of what
90s.
y'all talking about. So what was signed into play before that? How were we trading before the free trade agreement in 1994?
But we had tariffs. We had tariffs on everything. We had a surplus. When we put tariffs on everybody shipping shit to us. We had a surplus. That's how we got our interstate system. That's how we got our national parks. We had so much money. It was like, what the fuck we gonna do with it? So they came up with a plan to build our infrastructure across America because of tariffs. We got the big joker. We self-sufficient, and we can defend ourselves because we got water on both sides. So we can really just cut the world off, and that's what Trump is telling the world. Look, we've been subsidizing y'all, and y'all haven't been paying y'all way. Nobody. America is so rich that we've been subsidizing the world.
Correct.
And he telling we're gonna take all that money and put it back into the American people's pocket where it belongs. If y'all ain't got shit to offer, y'all, we're gonna have peace around the world. We're gonna regulate nuclear war and all this other shit. But as far as war going on, it's for to go back to trading around the world. Everybody gotta produce.
I think he's already signed into law that is now called the Gulf of America, not Gulf of New Mexico.
Right. Go for
Or Gulf of
Right.
Mexico.
I
Right.
wasn't sure if
So
he got signed yet. Did he sign it?
yeah, he already signed it. I think that was the second day. So we for to open up. We already the number one oil producer in the world, but our oil is so clean, right? We got low sulfur content. We got real good oil in America, but we import a lot of foreign oil, and our refineries are set up to clean up that dirty oil. Like Canada oil is dirty, come out of the ground and got a lot of bullshit in it. I was up there in St. John's off the coast, way up at the tip. If you go into your map, I was way up there. But Alberta, they got a lot of what would you call it? I can't think of the name
Bro,
of it.
you on
Real
St.
dirty.
Pierre and McQuillan Island.
No, I was St. John's. Like it was
Yeah,
the
it
map
sits
that she
off of
showed.
St. Pierre Island. Yeah.
It's way up there, way up. It's cold as fuck. But anyway, they in Alberta got a lot of oil, but they don't have the technology or the manpower to go get it.
I guess
You
I'm
out
in
there
a
about Mount Pearl?
St. John's. Like if Sister Betty pull that map up, you'll see it way up there on the right hand side, way at the tip.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Out there by St. Philip's Cove, and yeah, Mount Pearl is out there. There's also a place called Paradise out there as well. So I know where you at Logby Bay, Middle Cove.
No,
Flat
nigga,
Rock,
St. John's,
Blackhead,
Newfoundland. No, nigga, no.
and Newfoundland.
Yeah, right there. That's where I was at.
Wow.
But
So
they I think I heard absolutely say most people live like 500 miles within the border of the U.S. The rest of the country
100.
is just open. It's just wilderness.
Absolutely, you're correct, Super.
So they don't even have enough people
And
to
lakes.
occupy that shit.
Again, Canada
So if
just
they
got
was to
populated
form an
recently.
army, it would take most of their citizens, which they don't have enough. They don't even have enough people to form an army, as far as a world, to be a defender of themselves in the world.
I thought there were a
Yeah.
lot of people in Canada. So now you're telling me they're not?
No,
They're
No, it's not.
Wow.
Again, it was
What's
called
the population?
Britain.
Absolutely. Yeah, but that's what I was saying
Population.
earlier. See, you have BC, you have British Columbia. See, in Canada, the money has the Queen face on it. They
38
still under the
million.
crown. See, they still under
It's
the
38
crown.
million people.
They never changed their fiat?
No. So
Damn.
and those different provinces are like they speak different languages. Some of them speak English, some of them speak French. It's they were running away from religious persecution, right? During the World War. And this was before America got involved, because Germany was on their ass. So they chased them all the way to Canada with submarines and shit. But the people came in on boats, and the Canadians gave them, like a province here. Y'all running away from that bullshit. Y'all can live over here because the land is wide open. There's nothing up there. It ain't like we doing some shit right here. Y'all want to come in and fuck up our shit. No, we can't handle y'all. It was just wide open land, and they were like, go, open up a settlement. And that's why you got these different British Columbia, Alberta,
Right on.
you got French Canadians, you got all kind of different Europeans in Canada. That's recent. That was like World War II when
1800s, late 1800s. After 1850s, Canada was still.
bro. And doing
Oh, you talking about Germany?
Yeah, when Hitler was taking over Europe and causing all kind of havoc over there, them people was running.
Oh, that was during the 1930s. That's like 1930s.
Right.
That's recent.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the majority of their population.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, they don't have that many people like we think they do. They're just painting the big picture with TV now. TV makes them seem explosive, like it's a lot of them. It's actually not that many.
Yeah, once you get past like 500 miles away from the U.S. border, you just in wilderness. There's nothing out there.
Again, Canada elevation does go up, so they can't even live that high up either for a long amount of time and have good health for a long age.
I mean, there's some people up there like around St. John's. That's like at the tip. I mean, it's fucking brutal out there as far as the cold. But when it's like summertime, it's cool. It's beautiful. Like they got ducks and the water is like super, super clean.
Again, it was people that lived there. Just that America got to booming. That the Aboriginal people moved to mainland. I mean, not mainland America, but moved to the center
Man,
of
this ain't where the
America.
niggas go, y'all. When I was in St. John,
Not now, it ain't.
man, where the niggas go?
Shoot, they moved to where the action was. They only went out there to go
Absolutely,
fishing
man.
and stuff. They were whaling.
You gotta realize, man, the population boom on the planet has been in the last 100 years. Before that, it wasn't that many people on the planet, bro.
Huh?
No, I agree with that. Like again, the pale
Sister
people
Betty
didn't
say,
start
huh?
coming over here
No, look, in the
until
last
the
100, that's why I'm
1800s.
saying this story. If you take any part of the story, you're gonna get lost because you can't. You know what I'm saying? Just look at the population boom on the planet in the last 100 years. It wasn't that many people back then. Absolutely. Look up what was the Earth population like 200 years ago? Let's say what 1700. Now we in the 2000, say 1800.
When you're talking about the religious person running from a country, your country for religious persecution, I
1
think you're
billion.
leaving out.
It was 1 billion. How many is it today?
Let's see. I know we're at about almost 8 billion today. Let me see. Earth's
Man,
population. That was 200
that's
years
8
ago.
times the people. That's what I'm saying, man. You gotta look at shit in totality. You only got 1 billion people on the planet.
Okay.
So yeah, I was right. It's 8 billion now. 8 billion people on Earth now. So yeah, 1 billion. That was 200 years ago. 1 billion people estimated. Now, 200 years later, is 8 billion.
All right, now think about this. How many kids did your great grandma have? That was almost 200 years ago. So America was teeming with negatives.
It always has been, but my whole purpose for this segment is because my confusion. I just got to study more. But when you're talking about running from religious persecution, that was the same thing that happened in China, and it appears to me that they in the Asian countries seems to me that they ran to Quebec.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's most of the population of Canada are people that was fleeing from religious persecution.
That makes sense.
Because it was like they had the same values as America, like freedom of speech, freedom to practice your religion, and all this other shit. But America wasn't defending it until we got into the war. That's
The
that's
first
why we had
sanctuary
to
city.
that's why we had to get into the war, because they was chasing they people and using that shit to spy on America. Like what was that movie? It's a black and white movie. I think it's the 33rd parallel. I think that's what's the border between America and Canada? 33rd parallel. That was established then.
think it's 64. I can't remember, but 33rd is where the sun don't circle, don't go any further around the. Anywho, but 33rd is something different. It's dealing with the sun's rotation above the flat Earth.
Absolutely right.
But what you're saying is 64.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. It's not the prime meridian. You're talking about the 64th
No,
degree.
man, the Canadian and American border is on a parallel. Which one is it?
47. It's like on the 47 parallel. That's what you're talking about.
Let me look this shit up. God damn it.
Let me look it up. Hold up. It is the 47. It's somewhere in there because, again, you got the 66 parallel, which starts the Arctic Circle, which is why it's so cold in that area of Canada. Let me look it up. It's 47 or 50. It's somewhere in there. 44 degrees.
Okay. 49th. It's the 49th parallel. So that during the war, that America was only defending up until that point, but they had to defend beyond it because that would let Germany be too close to America and spy on them.
Okay, so we're talking the 49th parallel. So again, we were ruling Canada until we actually the indentured servants kind of took it over as far as like going out there more. We sent out ads and whatnot to get people to move to Canada only in the 1800s to build it up. So this is all recent here. Nobody was actually in Canada once we stopped going up there to fish and do other things that only were done during like the cold climates when we wanted the fur coats. We went up there to hunt. So it was a major land for us to go hunt and do things like that around in Canada. It was never like something we just stayed there all year long.
Well, see, that's where I'm having difficulty believing, absolutely. And I'll tell you, I explain why. For some reason, okay, I just don't believe that we were, all right. First, let me say this. I believe we were across this whole landmass. Now, I'm talking mainland from Canada all the way to what we acquired of California, the whole landmass. All right. But I think as the northern Indians, I'll say the northern Indians, more specifically, because we're further north, I have reason to believe that we were actually up in that area, and that's where we ruled from a northern Indian perspective. I don't think that we were like in specifically DC because that was a colonial thing. I think we were originally ruling as in aboriginals from Canada. That's where we were. That's why it's so desolate there now, because of the dismantling of tribes in the north. They when they dismantled tribes, they dismantled. And I think that was really for what we see Washington D.C. as. uh that area in Canada was ours, and that's where we ruled from. So I could be wrong in all this, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because of the stories, the historical stories that I'm hearing, where somebody had to do business or have some kind of communication with Europeans in order to give them these colonies. So I think when they were given those colonies, we were up there to give them these specific areas of the lands that they have. I guess, am I making any sense with that?
I mean, you really got to go to Canada. I mean, that that cold is brutal. It ain't like it just snows sometimes and then it's cool. Nah, no. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can thrive. It's not a thriving place. It's brutal. It's cold. The animals are huge. I mean, it's the wild. And to tame that type of land back then, you had to be a bad motherfucker. Because it's still like that today.
Well, the Iroquois Confederacy and the Pequots and all of them, that's what they did. They were famous for making furs from animals.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah. You got your hunting grounds, but I'm saying a thriving city. Like if you look at your map again, most of the people live right along those lakes in the border of the United States because those are waterways. You can survive, but the rest of it, I'm talking about the other 80% of Canada is brutal. It's winter. It's wilderness. It's bears and fucking moose, and it's just harsh.
You know, everything he's talking about is east of Alaska, but west of Ontario and everything else. The rest of that stuff is untouched and untapped.
That explains why so many Asians lives in comfort there, because they're used to living in the mountains and in the cold like that.
Right.
I watch their movies and see how they're talking, and the what do you call it? The smoke from the cold is coming out their mouth. They're accustomed to that lifestyle. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I just have
when I was up in St. John, like we had to take cold water survival. I mean, you will go into hypothermia in 7 minutes if you fall into that water.
Oh, okay. So now I get what you're saying. There's not a lot of structures out there. Like the structures we have down here compared to Canada. They don't have a lot of these
structures.
Like the buildings and the skyscrapers that we have, they didn't have that.
Yeah, it's a city, but outside of that city, you a bear might, walk in the middle of your cabin in the middle of it, and ain't shit you can do about it.
I mean, like we had Toronto and all those.
Yeah, those are all close to the American border. So you got, like, I went to Halifax. Like, they have cities. Yeah, those are big cities, but past that, it's nothing.
It's just a lot of free land, but it's cold. It's all year round. It's cold.
Pretty much.
So their winters are not the same as ours.
Oh no.
See, I've never been to Canada. So they're worse than Chicago, because Chicago's very cold.
Oh yeah. Hands down. We talking about you still missing another negative 60.
Yeah, I get like, because like the cold water gear that I have to have, it's called Hallie Henson. I mean, it's like $500 for just the jacket. It's probably like $1,000 suit, but it's made for extreme weather. It's not for like cold weather. It's for extreme, like yeah, like your hands will go numb and you'll freeze your fingers off, type shit.
Oh, so it's not livable condition, period.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not livable. Not all year round.
Not for no average person, no.
I don't think nobody. I mean, some people that like the
people.
So
I'm looking at it. If it was developed, yes. If it was developed, yes. But it's not developed, and you thinking you just gonna go out there and like go camping or something, you're not coming back.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would be that foolish to go. But a lot of people like to go to Canada. It's just specific areas. So are those areas off limits to people?
Say again.
Are those are those areas of Canada off limits to people?
No. But I mean, your survival skills determine if you fit to go out there. You can go out there, but you got to be prepared.
What if that area where it's very cold, like you're saying and explaining to me, is in fact, originally where China was, and then that China went over to where it's called China now. I'm just thinking of all possibilities.
No, those people been in China thousands of years. That they got dynasties and records and architecture and all kind of shit that's been over there thousands of years.
Okay. I'm just re-looking at everything. I guess I'll just stick with the
It
UK
was just
and Canada
wilderness.
because
Just think
that's
about
what's
America
confusing
right
me.
now.
Right.
America is pretty much empty. It ain't a lot of people in America because
It
people only
is.
looking at the major cities. But when
Oh
you
yeah.
go into the interior of America, it's just open space. Everybody in America can fit in one state. If we wanted to all just move to California, we can all move to California and live there. And the rest of the country will be open.
Well, the reason why it's so desolate is because of the influence of modern industrialization. But I really believe that we were scattered all over. And
Yeah, but y'all gotta realize how big the planet is. So when you think about England or whatever, those people pack together because of survival. Like if you in Paris, you can see England from Paris. Like you go to the Eiffel Tower and you can see London. Those places are packed together. Those different groups are not spread apart like that.
Actually, they kind of stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, like it's no individual houses in Paris. Like you can go to your mama house. Ain't no houses in Paris. It's apartment buildings. It's buildings.
All apartments.
Yeah.
really,
Yeah, just big old apartment buildings. That's it. Might be a 3, 4 bedroom, but they ain't nothing but apartment building.
crazy to me.
Just
No,
like in Baltimore, you have like those row houses. That's probably the closest thing that you would get to a house in the city. And now outside the city, they got villas and cottages and shit. But inside the city of Paris, ain't no houses. It's only like a 4-hour train ride from London to Paris. You can't even get to New York from LA like that.
it
Chief
takes
Bethy, I was gonna come in. I could actually show you a map.
okay. You gonna do a share screen? I'll share. If you share, I'll put it up. Oh, he fell off. He done hit himself out. I guess what I have to do is there he goes. What I have to do is just do more studying because I never studied Canada, and the more I look into Canada, I'm seeing that they were over here the whole time. And
Sister Becky,
hmm,
I see what you're implying. That all of those places started here and they migrated to these other parts of the world. I think that's what you're saying. Like China started here. Okay, so they started in that cold sector of Canada. They went on into Alaska, crossed the strait, and then they went into China.
Nah, I mean you can go like to cities like Amsterdam. Amsterdam is one of the oldest cities in the world. It's way older than anything in Canada. So you know what I'm saying? You really got to look at the footprint. Canada ain't that old.
I think see that's the belief conflict that I'm having. I'm thinking that it's older than it's definitely. Oh, I think it's older, super, just based on our history. I think it's older than UK.
I don't know. I mean, you can look at like in
Cause
She said
Montreal or the major cities in Canada, and just see how long them buildings been. Them buildings not old like our building. like in Washington and your hometown, like the Alamo and our state capital and shit. That shit looks ancient, damn near. It ain't like that in Canada.
I don't know. I don't know and I could be wrong in this, but it just seems like there was a great exodus out of here. People that were literally specific people were kicked out of here. And I'm
All
just
right, well,
having
let's go with that theory. What would drive them out? Like, why would they leave?
because we didn't allow them to do what they wanted to try and do on the land.
Who? I mean, like, where did they come from? If they was us or they was Aboriginal or whatever, like, why would we?
Well, I
Why would
don't
they
think
leave?
that's the thing. I don't believe they were Aboriginals.
Oh, so you got to go back to now. Where did they come from?
I'm talking about the Moors. See, y'all are seeing, y'all are only seeing the Moors as black people, but I'm seeing them as all shades of people. Masonic, the Masonics. I don't just see them as these Africans. I also see them as what we call today Europeans too, because they're builders too. And I think it was like this huge exodus, and because we did kick the Moors out of here. We kicked them out.
Well, now you gotta look at the capability of world travel, the ability of a group of people to get up and just leave a whole landmass and go somewhere else and establish themselves.
Well, they give you that little story in in the Bible with Moses crossing the river, even though that's mythical, but that's kind of like what I'm looking like a great exodus.
Right.
And
So
I think
that's what I'm
from
saying.
here,
If they had the technology and the ability to ship millions of people out of here, then you got to go with the slave narrative. They had the same ability to ship millions of people in here.
no. I just think that there was a terrible war, and and it was a terrible war, and we're seeing all it was a terrible war here, and they destroyed a lot of our original technology. We always been I just feel that we've always been very advanced over here, and there was a horrible war, and I just keep going back relating to their Bible explanation, even though I say that it's mythical, but there was a serious war in heaven, uh and I think by the time it gets down to a certain amount of generations, y'all call it the Moses story. I think it was a great exodus. We kicked them out after the war. Something happened. I just can't pinpoint it, and it's gonna come from more studying. I have to do more studying about Canada, because even the Iroquois was ran out of the area that we know today as Canada. They ran out of where they originally were, and now they're down in New York and consolidated within the 50 states. That's what I last read what happened. I could be wrong. Right. Why do we have ancient identical structures across the planet? Can someone answer? That's what I'm trying to say. Whatever those structures are, they learned over here, and then they went over to other areas of the planet and began building them. the people that were kicked out, the Great Exodus. Something's not right, and it's not adding up. I know I'm saying it kind of off key here, but I guess I have to just continue doing more research on Canada, and I'm going to learn it all because there's something about Canada that says a lot to me when I'm studying. It's like it's the missing link of understanding what really happened. But absolutely, I don't know, super. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you still hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just showing you see the orange specks on the this American map here.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys can see the orange little specks.
Yeah, we see them.
That just signifies that's where the people actually live at. This is where there's like civilization, like pumping and thriving at. And you see here, there's not a lot of orange specks here. Anywhere in Quebec, anywhere. So anywhere you see like orange specks, that's like 100,000 population and above. So you can see where it's still naked up here to this day. So, and again, we're just flying across Canada where it meets the United States of America or America. As you can see, all these orange specks in America, correct?
Yes.
And you see how the people in Canada, they can't do anything. The land is so vast and uninhabited. What are they going to do up there? They can't even protect all that land. So they are under the American banner, no matter who.
Oh, you're cutting off.
This side. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just showing you how this is the Canada 49th degree, the orange areas where there is population. And here you have one orange area here in Alberta. You see how it's so spread out? That's why Canada doesn't have a grip on holding their self as a nation up. They have to be held up by us. Otherwise, they would fall. They are our 51st state.
Okay, now I'm looking at British Columbia.
You guys see this line?
Yes. I'm looking
right
at yes.
See, they really under the crown. That's why they still have a prime minister. But England ain't been paying they fucking dues.
Well, wait a minute. If they're under the crown, then how are they going to pull away and gain their independence from England if Trump is saying, come and be with us? What are they going to do? Go to war with England?
What England going to do against America?
True that. Okay.
So they haven't even been paying their protection bill.
Okay, so since you're going to say that, what is England going to do to America? How about excuse my French. I'm going to have to use French. What if it's a big fucking lie that England never fucking left here and it was all bullshit and they're still here? Because how are you going to come out and tell a country that's under the British crown, hey, come and be a state for us, and just bypass?
Because if they do that, then England gonna have to step up and do what America does for them. So if England be like, all right, well then y'all can't have it. We'll step in and do what y'all been doing. We'll protect them. But England can't protect itself. That's why Trump is telling them, y'all haven't been paying y'all dues to NATO. See, Putin is the big dog over there. Putin can go over there and take whatever he want to. If America take their security away, Putin is the big dog. He can do whatever he want to do, and nobody over there can stop him.
Okay. Absolutely. You were showing that map and you showed British Columbia. Can you pull that back up? Where you see where it said British Columbia? Okay. And you know how you showed the little dots, orange dots, where people are actually living? Remember how you was just showing me? But British Columbia was on there. You're saying no one was living in British Columbia?
No, there was some people living there. Still people living there. It's just that
Okay.
it was close to the American border, close to the Great Lakes, those waterways, and access to resources. Everything else above that is frozen. You can't
Is
grow no
that British
crops up there.
Columbia right there? Absolutely. And Super,
I don't know what he got up
his
there.
his mic
That's
is
what I'm
muted.
saying, Sister
Oh,
Betty.
Yes,
Think
ma'am. That
about
is
it.
British Columbia.
It
Okay.
got snow up there like 90% of the time. You can't grow no crops up there.
Okay, so could this be the solution to why DC is District of Columbia? Because they ran their asses out of British Columbia. Isn't DC British Columbia?
No.
Well, what the hell is District of Columbia?
It is the seat of power. It's impartial. It can't be
So,
part of any state.
okay, I'm saying. No,
It's
I
the
know it's
seat of
not part of
government
any
in
state.
America.
I'm saying like that British. It seems like all those areas over there that are like desolate in Canada, they freaking have names within the colonies now, like DC. It's desolate there, but their asses. The name is here in.
What do you mean they got a DC? They don't have a District of Columbia.
No, I'm not talking about Canada. I'm talking about the reason why it's so desolate there in British Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that is that a connection with Washington D.C.
No.
They left. It's not. So how come it says District of Columbia?
Where at?
That's what D.C. stands for, District of Columbia.
Right.
Super, she's saying why is on the West Coast there's a British of Columbia also, and why we got all these locations with these certain names that we see a lot overseas as well too. So the duplication along with the East Coast has a Washington D.C. Now this British Columbia is in the state of Washington, ran by D.C. so to speak. I mean, just a correlation.
Yeah, but they don't have any.
No
British
connection.
Columbia is like a state. It's like in Canada, the whole country is Canada. BC is like a state. Washington is not a state. It's just the seat of power.
No, I
It's
know it's
impartial.
not a state, but it seems that they were ran out of there and then
Oh no,
established here. No?
no.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
DC is full of niggas. British
We know
Columbia
that,
ain't.
but so were the Black Europeans. I thought.
Right. Them people ain't dark skin over there in Canada. They white.
Oh,
They ain't got no cut on them.
I just swear all these people that were up in Canada are Moors. And they were the ones
Nah,
kicked out.
it's mostly pale face in Canada.
They're Moors.
Only niggas
too.
in Canada, Africans and
they're Moors.
Caribbeans.
They're Moors too. They wear the little red lampshade. They're Moors too. They're Masons.
Oh, you just got
Said
it out for the
lampshade.
Moors. You just got it out for the Moors.
No. I'm saying are we saying now that white people are not Masons too?
Yeah, but they don't have a Masonic order. They under the crown.
It doesn't matter what they're under. I thought I would have
That's
to.
what I'm saying. They order is under the crown. They have like knights and shit under the crown. Mason, they got degrees. Cause they still got a prime minister, but they still under the crown. They don't have a president.
I'm saying the Moors are the crown, are the Moors, because they were dark. That's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, but these ain't dark people.
Not now, they're not. Neither are the.
I don't think these people.
Neither are. Hey, I'll take it a step further. Neither are the chiefs of the original tribes that were here. I'm keeping.
Yeah, because those were business deals.
Interesting.
Those tribes established in America had a deal with the government.
Okay.
Before they got in bed with the government, they wouldn't call them the names of them tribes. That wasn't their name.
Right. No, I know. But the Moors that took over those tribes gave them names. The Moors always had a habit of giving people names when they push up on their lands.
Yeah, the Moors ain't that bad. Y'all giving the Moors
that's
too
because
much
you're
power.
only seeing the Moors as only black people.
No, I'm saying whatever. And no foreigners have ever came to America and took over nothing. Ever.
Well, when you're saying America, do you mean the United States or do you mean
yeah, the United States.
Okay, so then how did all these descendants get in these positions then?
They were let
power.
in. They were let in.
By who?
Niggas.
Well, we know that. I have to do more studying. I'm really loving this map that absolutely is showing. It's talking a lot. It's telling a lot.
Like absolutely. What year was British Columbia established?
I can Google that for you.
It was somewhere in the 1800s when they, so to speak, brought it from the French.
Man, stop guessing, man.
1871.
See,
it says two colonies.
Yeah, that's recent.
Well, all of this is following Reconstruction. When we had Reconstruction, a lot of shit. Now, y'all got me wanting to go downstairs and make some coffee. The two colonies were merged from a single colony in 1866, which later joined the Canadian Confederation on July 20th, 1871.
Right. So those are the people that was running from religious persecution. Right. That's what I'm saying. This is recent. These people ain't been here that long.
Well, then, who were the ones running from religious persecution in 1620?
Them the ones that came to the East Coast in America.
That's a made up story.
Oh my goodness.
Them the ones that was running in
going deep now. Y'all killing me.
You see, like okay. See, they came in on the East Coast running the first time. BC is close to the West Coast.
The Plymouth Rock story landing up there in Mass is fake. Is that what you're
I,
saying?
I don't know the
Absolutely.
story. What is the story?
The Pilgrims.
So
Yes, I'm
right.
saying
So
that's fake. And the guy who told the story was like 90 some years old.
Well,
That's what I'm
so
saying. If
just
you go
going
back and look
So
at
it's actually fake.
when you go back and look at when these places was established, the population of them wasn't that big,
right.
and the time frame that the people got there.
Oh, straight smokes fell off. Damn, he wanted to say something. Well, I certainly have more history to look back on. I was very focused, like I said, on our history. Now I have to go back and revisit this because this is what I mean about the education system in the United States. It's poor and it's been kept from us, and everybody's been lied to across this world, this continent, across the world, period. It's like every continent told their citizens massive lies, and it's so much cover up, and everything is starting to come out. And it's like, okay, now the Department of Education is getting dismantled, and I'm we got to help people across the world with the truth because there's lies that there's something they're hiding, and it's like it's too late because everything is unfolding. Hmm. Absolutely. Did you want to say something about the map before I give my 2 cents on the education when it comes to um the DEI or DEA, whatever, and messing up our kids' heads with teaching them that they can pick either a boy or girl?
No. Actually, I think the map just speaks for itself. We were just showing the 49th parallel there. That's the line in the center there, just showing you there's not a lot of population going on in this area right here. Of course, we did have people that stayed up there, but most of the time they went back down south. You got to remember the Mayans were coming all the way up here to get copper, all the way up to Michigan. So yeah, they were going back and forth. A lot of them just didn't stay out there. It was seasonal, just like you going on vacation. It's seasonal.
So
Now,
that doesn't ring a bell in your head regarding that uh abandoned lands, or as they may say today.
no, because they weren't abandoned. They had to get permission from us to even go on those lands and rent the land from us. So still, even after, they still had to get permission from us. So somebody in our family owned the land, no matter where it was in America.
Well, United States government now have control over that.
So the United States government is bringing in nothing but foreigners because they now own the land through contracts. And through social construct. As long as you think that on paper you belong to the United States as a citizen, it's the United States land, not American, the people land. So it's something that we can't shape. It's a social construct that everybody's agreeing with.
I don't know if I no. I don't know. You want to say something, Super? I don't know if I agree with that.
No, not really. I mean, we was just chopping it up. But I mean, you can when you dive into the history of Canada, just go and see when those places was established and by whom, and then it'll clear up that picture for you.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but I we're talking about American land now, but I can't agree with that response absolutely as far as uh the government has control over this this part of the continent. Bottom line.
Well, until we stand back up and take over the United States, again, they work for the United States. Everybody who's saying they're a president or whatever you want to call them, they still work for the United States, which is something that we created first. So if we start back running the United States, we'll be back in tip-top shape. It's just that the foreigner that we brought over here as an indentured servant has taken over the United States that employs him, so he can bring over foreigners now. Place
Well,
them in their
you're saying that we created the United States. I don't believe we created the United States
that's a
because
great
the
study.
United.
Well, the
Well,
Republican form of government.
correct. Now, super makes more sense because the Republican form of government was prior to what's now. Um, I don't. We admitted our lands into their United States to become states. We signed constitutions and became these states because we were the majority of the territory outside of the 13 colonies. So we didn't create it per se. They did because they created their constitution. And in order to get it be admitted into as a state into their as one of the United States, you had to have their constitution. We didn't tell them that they had to have our constitution. So that's where I have to disagree with you at. Absolutely. You got it.
I like that disagreement right there. That was well said at the same time. But we still got to look at nobody can come here as a foreigner during those times of the 1800s before they were let free. 1802 was when the indentured servants, some of those guys were let free for the first time. Again, that's 1802. So before 1802, none of the indentured servants had a hand up. That 1790s Naturalization Act didn't actually happen until the 1880s. So they did rewrite some history and place it back in time to make their narrative fit, but they weren't free until 1802 and beyond. So they didn't actually write up any contracts or create any states. They were still coming out of indentured servitude up until 1866. By that time, they had been free long enough from 1802 to 1806 to come up with a plan. That plan was eugenics. 1880s, they shot off eugenics.
Man, there you go. You going off on a deep end.
It is a deep end, and I you got it. Super.
Nah, Sister Betty, just think about when they wanted to expand to the West. First, it was a fight, right, from the North and the South to join, to become one.
Yeah.
They were fighting over, the agreement. What can we do and what can't we do? Basically, it just boiled down to it. So then they started expanding to the West. Just think about it, man. They was giving Europeans 100-acre plot. It was nobody out there. It wasn't like it was. That's why they call it Middle America, because niggas was in the city, just like we are today. In the city, the majority is niggas, right? So they expanding to the West. So now you got to keep this all in time frame. Like what was actually going on. It was the wild, wild West. It was nothing past the mountains. It was just nothing. The niggas was around the water, around the shorelines and waterway. But the rest of the land, it was just over.
Right. I get that, but my disagreement was absolutely he's leaving something out when he explains about the states. And I'm going to say it again. Right now, you're seeing right in your face the power of the United States government. If Canada will become a 51st state, there's a process to that they must complete, and they're already set up to be a state because they've done things so far, but they have to have a United States Constitution. They have to have 3 branches of government, and they have to have a militia. They have all that, but the one thing they're lacking is the United States Constitution. So then there's another one. Once they get all those things established and come to an agreement with Trump, we then will have 52 states.
I heard Trump
That's
say
what we
earlier.
did when it came to the other states. Superman. That's how Texas became part of the United States. They got a each one of these 50 states had to do the same process that Trump is asking Canada to do right now. But you got it.
Oh, yeah, I think I heard him say today or yesterday that they can keep, their Canadian song and their flag. So I think what is gonna happen is he's gonna do them like Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
They're gonna maintain their own sovereignty, but they still gonna be, under the US. So they're gonna have some voting power, not as much, but because it's really gonna be a vote what's happening in Canada.
So United States citizens would not need green cards to enter.
Right. And they wouldn't need green cards either.
Correct.
Because if they open up that border and give most Canadians opportunities, most of them gonna leave Canada to come to the US.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Because they don't pay for health care. There's a lot of things that are inexpensive there. And if they're working from their homes and they get jobs with the United States working from their homes, they don't have to pay health care.
Yeah, but you still gotta remember what's on the front page is we subsidizing them. If we stop subsidizing them, they can't maintain their own economy.
They won't be able to generate revenue.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. Once they break that wall down and get access to, if they don't play ball, then they just gonna become another wasteland anyway.
Well, wasn't that the same thing? Wasn't that the same issue with the other 30-something states?
Okay.
30 United States? Were we able to withstand on our own without being part of the union? I think we were doing okay. We were generating revenue. We had Black Wall Streets. We had all types of businesses. So
yeah, but now we're on the world stage. The world has changed.
Right.
You got submarines and battleships that can pull up on your shore.
Facts.
Yeah, and if you kick the foreigners out and say they can't come back, they will create a war. They have to come to America to survive. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it.
Wait a minute. Who will pull up on American shores if we kick them out?
There's a lot of foreigners here, but they don't outnumber us. So if we kick all the foreigners out, they would come back with war in mind. Because
all right, when you say foreigner, define a foreigner. Is it somebody who came here recently, or is it somebody who's been here and been in our Congress, like Mitch McConnell, who's 80-something years old and was born here for 80 years? Are you talking about them, or are you talking about these newly things that came in here that Trump's trying to kick out?
Just like we got to do a genealogy research.
Oh hell no, dude! You wrong.
Get out of here with that.
Come on, absolutely. Come on, man. No, I'm not on your side for that. No.
Okay, so
get out of that black power extremist, bro.
That's the problem. That's the divide with us and you right now.
No, I'm just saying.
Because you gotta think about it. Look, man. Look, check it out. Would you ever fire your employees after your business is up and running? You got a furniture store. You start out making furniture yourself. You hire some foreigners to come in. Now you got warehouses of foreigners. Would you ever kick them out?
No. I'm okay with them being here if they came here to do things legal. I mean, we were able to go to their place and set up shop if we had the means to, but we don't have that means to want to go somewhere else and live. So no, I'm okay with the ones that are here doing the right thing, doing what we do also. Shoot, we're all beings, so I ain't gonna take that away from them. Everybody should have access to life.
Absolutely a hot mess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
we
yeah.
let them in. We naturalized them. You can't go back on no contract. Long as they,
Again,
long as they make a pledge to America and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, they can stay.
but it's deception going on with that, with behind their plan. That's all that we've been trying to figure out since we've
Man, there's
become.
niggas back there doing that shit. Look at all the Democrats that's yelling and crying. Them niggas.
Oh yeah, yeah, no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure a lot of
So
us.
it's niggas that brought them over here and it's niggas that's using them.
Yeah, but us Aboriginals now know we
Nah,
know.
them Aboriginals. You gotta get it out your mind that Aboriginals is all good. Cause if you let me up there, nigga, I'm gonna be corrupt.
It's just that we're fighting for our nationality now. Why are we having
Man,
to
you
fight
can't
for our
fight for
nationality?
something that you born
No,
with.
individual people are fighting for their nationality. See, that's the problem right there.
Yeah, you can't fight for something that you born. Like, nigga, you can't change who you are. I don't give a damn what you call yourself. Muslim, Hebrew, Israelite. I don't give a damn. You go over there and dress up like a sand nigga and ride around on a camel. Nigga, you still a nigga. You an
You're right. You're
American.
right.
That's the blood. So you can't fight for something that's inherent.
Yeah, we're still fighting though, just to have our right name be called by
You
people.
fighting. I ain't fighting shit because that ain't a fight day. I mean, shit. Who I am and what I am it's not even up for debate. It's no fight.
Not a physical fight, but definitely a verbal fight and an on paper and with pen type of fight going on
Man,
right
it ain't no fight. It's
Uh,
a fight within yourself.
yeah, pretty
now.
much.
But once
It
you
is.
know who you are, what the hell are you fighting for?
Again, Sister Bethy, great segue to the Board of Education. Well, we're fighting for the right story to be told. So I'm kind of glad that the Board of Education is being dismantled because once they go through and see what they were spending that money on, which there's already a paper trail, it's good that they're being shot down. If they're saying that we're last in place as far as just education goes in the Americas, and they've taken all of our businesses and took them overseas. So something has to go in order to make things better. Something has to go.
Hello, everybody. I
Yep.
would just like to interject. Say I completely agree. I'm Jimmy. I'm glad to see other people share similar sentiments. Um, how's everyone doing tonight?
We're good.
Balance.
What up, bro?
How you doing, man?
So here's where I'm talking about the education part. And I already made my statement very clear that I have nothing against the LGBT community, period, point blank, no matter if they're transgender or whatever. The problem that I have is the education part of it that they're trying to impose on our children. And I just feel that the LGBT community is being a bit disingenuous as with that part of education. For number one, many of us, a lot of people are into religion, and their religions speak against their lifestyle. Okay, that's number two. The Constitution protects our religion, so imposing that in the educational school system is something that's against many religions, whether it's spirituality, Christianity, Muslim, da 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 da. So I think that the LGBT community is being disingenuous, and it's also um, being disingenuous to individual families because we raise our children to understand who they are and the striking differences between boy and girl. Now, any parent knows when their child is a little different, and what they pay attention to. Like most boys like cars and trucks and racing cars, and girls like dolls and clothes and pretty things. Okay. We already know when our little boy takes on and the liking of more feminine things. So therefore we know, okay, we have a child that's different. So we want the opportunity to raise our child that's different, and we'll put him in and have the option to allow our child to, participate in classes that help them psychologically, because the LGBT community is so attacked.
See,
I get
I
that.
respect that. I respect that. But
Now,
if I could
I
interject real quick,
well, no, but you gotta wait a minute because I ain't finished.
all right, all right.
If you can give me a minute.
Oh yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
I think that if the LGBT community wants us to continue respecting them, now we can honestly respect their lifestyles, okay, and allow them to live freely on the land and be happy and da da da. But at what point are they going to be respectful to our wishes? You know, we have to come to some type of civil agreement. I don't think that lifestyle should be imposed on children at an early stage, especially ours, and let that be something the parent decides to do. Now, I'm also totally against if a parent child is born with two sexes, a hermaphrodite, that child should be able to make that decision when they're adults, because a lot of parents are making mistakes. They're wanting a little girl so bad, so they remove the organ that the parent feels is not needed, and the child grows up and he wants to be a man. So those are things that I feel that the LGBT community is being a little disingenuous. I don't feel that their my child should go to school and be exposed to, hey, you could have a boyfriend or a girlfriend if you want, if that child is growing up in a house that raises them to be a boy. And if my son is a masculine boy, obvious, right? And he's going to school and the teacher saying, well, you have a choice. You can have a boy or a girl friend if you want in life. But who gives you that right to say those things to my child who's not feminine, but still tell him you still have that option if you want? That's wrong to me. And I think that's the lines on what Trump is talking about. They can live their lives. Let them, we're not bothering. I don't have anything against transgenders, but when it comes to the mind control of my child, I'd like to be the person fully,
I'll be there in a minute.
I like to be the person to make that determination as that child's mom. But y'all got it. So be careful what you say when you respond. I don't want to say anything that's going to or mean names to the LGBT community.
Of course. I would never make ad hominem attacks on any group of people. It is my whole thing is, how long do you have to put up with someone actively attacking your lifestyle? It seems like, at least from over time, people have been being more and more accepting of different ideas and cultures and, mutable characteristics, of course, as we all should. But it seems like how much longer can we take all of this craziness? Honestly, it just seems like it's all wrong. Maybe there should be no LGBTQ. Maybe they should just be like, hey, the biggest part of my identity shouldn't be what I do in the bedroom. I don't walk around saying, what I like to do in the bedroom. So why is that such a heavy part of someone's personality? Honestly, it seems like all those people might be perverts, and maybe they're kind of getting off on the idea that you have to play along with their game too. So I love and appreciate what you said about giving people, room to be themselves and accepting it in the, however, just drawing lines. I'm fine with it. Just don't push it on my kid. I'm fine with it. Just, don't force it on me. But honestly, when are we really going to be real about these people? They're all perverts. And honestly, they're the synagogue of Satan, in my
Well,
opinion.
Wait a minute.
those are things that
Hold
I don't want to say about them.
Right,
I'm just
right.
saying, I don't want to say those
Sorry.
things because that it is
Yeah.
definitely not true. I don't think that the LGBT community are freaks and things like that. That's mean to say. So I'm gonna let the LGBT community know that this channel doesn't promote that kind of negative um talk about them because it's not right, it's not nice. It's just me communicating with the LGBT community to let them know our feelings.
Yeah,
Our
but
feelings
Doesn't the
Sister Betty,
LGBTQ community also
hold on,
support like MAP and
hold
people
on,
who are
bro.
minor
Hold
ethnic
on,
people
bro.
as well?
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Is
You
that
had your
true?
turn to talk. Chill out.
All right, buddy. Sure.
It ain't it ain't the gay people. They against this. The ones that we know grew up with, the ones that did their thing and came out of the closet or whatever. These are not the same people. There's a group that's using this as a narrative. It ain't because the real gay people, they talk against this. They were like, man, this is not what we was talking about. We just wanted our, able to get married, and if we spend life with somebody, we can get their benefits. That's what they were fighting for.
right.
This shit right here, this is not what they was talking about. But some group took they shit and formulated an agenda to push this on the kids and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think that was the
Right.
point from the beginning? Because in my opinion, gay people can't make kids of their own. So it's like they have
Okay,
your
we
kid.
Man,
understand that. That's not what we're
you're not
on, Jim Jam.
understanding what
You're
I'm
on the wrong.
saying, bro.
You're not understanding what we're saying. What we're saying is this. Um, is what they're trying to implement in our school systems. Now, I'm not saying I don't wish this to happen for them as a community, but what I'm saying is I think we should come to some kind of civil reasoning and agreement that we have to be careful because we're trying to implement things that's going to play on the minds of our children who are not um LGBT community. Like, I'll give you an example. You can take anybody in the picture. They were born, maybe a female, right? But psychologically and in their internal being, they've always felt like they were a boy and they would never fall in love with a boy because their desire is a girl because they always felt like they were a boy. And I get that. And so they changed their genders so they could be appropriately correct in their own mental minds. I get that. But what I'm saying is, and I don't have a problem with that either because that's a personal choice. What I'm saying is now you have those rights in the United States, and that's wonderful. But the things that they're enforcing on us is wrong. Like even having to identify that his, her, she, it, at the end, all that kind of stuff. That shouldn't be imposed on us. That's wrong.
Hello, may I
That's what I'm
interject?
saying.
But see, Sister Betty, you gotta go back to this diversity, equity, and inclusion, and these NGOs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Broaden your scope. Now look, this is how they stealing money because they putting together these programs to service this group that's fictional. It's not real.
Yeah, yeah. Can I say like I don't know, like with the whole transgender thing? I'm
Hold
Darren, by the
on,
way.
bro. Hold on, bro. Hold
Oh, okay,
on.
all right, my fault, my fault. I thought
Yeah,
you were
man,
closing
we're
up the
not
point.
talking about that, man. You missing what we saying.
No, I just
That's
joined
a
up.
play. That's a play on the lifestyle. Somebody's taking their lifestyle, just like we had civil rights. Now they're playing on our civil rights, right? Other people are taking the talking points and all the shit and the movement and applying it to them to push an agenda. So
He's
now
saying
they
they're a
taking
buffer
this.
class, Darian.
Say again.
You're just telling him they're a buffer class. That's what you're trying to get at.
Right.
They're just
It's
a
a
buffer
play.
class for something major going on.
It's a play.
Right. No, you're absolutely correct.
So how do you counteract the play then? Like, as someone who's living in this
Wake up and
world,
see it as a play and don't buy into it.
but is that kind of ignoring it though? If you just don't play into it?
No, you can't ignore it if you know this is a play. You know it's a play. You understand it as a play. That's not ignoring it. Don't buy into it.
Well, my biggest thing with this whole
Then get on your. This is why they tearing down this USID. Because the reason some of these people were let in here was on sexual persecution. They couldn't be gay in their country, so we can let them in. See what I'm saying? It's a play. What y'all got it?
Okay, so Darren, you got a question. Jim Jam, let Darren get the floor for a minute. We'll circulate around. We have other people up here. And make sure you keep your comments, straightforward. No name calling, no calling them weird and all that stuff. I'm going to have to remove you from the panel. I want to be respectful to the LGBT community, just like we want them to be respectful to us.
Before we move on, I don't know how many people are on panel, so it is kind of hard to know when someone's talking or when it is someone else's turn to talk. I don't know how many people there are, or
I'm not letting my border down because I don't want to get porn banned. That's not going to happen.
That's understandable. There's a lot of fucking people on the internet that aren't the best, but I don't know. Maybe after someone's done talking, maybe there could be a metaphorical all right, now here's the next thing, because it's honestly kind of hard to tell where someone's ending.
I'll let
I don't
you
want
know
to seem rude. I don't want to seem rude and interrupt somebody. I'm sorry.
All right, so I'll let you know when you can speak. Right now, Darren has the floor.
Hey guys, don't you guys think that a big part of this is kickbacks that the government's giving these medical companies for saying it the doctor's saying it's life-saving surgery, so the insurance companies have to pay it out. You know what I mean? It all kind of just seems like a way to use kids to put money in the pockets of other people. You know what I mean?
Go. You got it, bro. He got it.
It could be a mixture of everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Because truthfully, I don't think that there's all respect. I don't think that kids, especially people who are kids who are probably under the age of 10 or something like that, they say, oh yeah, no, my kid always thought they were the opposite gender. You know what I mean? I don't know. That just seems like it's child abuse. Kids don't get to choose their bedtime, let alone get life-changing surgeries and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I mentioned. I think that should be a decision made by the child when the child becomes an adult. And I think
exactly
they're implementing something like that now, because so many children are coming out on how they were harmed in that manner by their parents. Really. Even if you have a little boy and he plays with a little doll, it could be he have a crush on a little girl doll, and then he grows up and he literally really wants to be with a woman just because he was playing with a doll when he was a little boy at age 4 and 5. He could grow up and totally not be gay and be a straight man. And I think that child deserves the right to make their decisions when they become adults. But
a lot of this is kids are getting influenced by their parents because their parents have a preconceived notion of what they want their kids to do. You know what I mean?
That's why in the schoolhouse they didn't have to report it to the parents.
Exactly.
The parents wasn't for this. Remember, they said that you don't have to report this to your parents. You don't have to let them know.
Yeah.
The parents wasn't for this. This is what I'm saying. This is the play.
I would like to hear what the young gentleman was saying. He kind of interrupting him right now. He was quiet when you were talking.
Wait a minute. Oh no. Okay. All right, Jim Jam. This is the Sister Bethy show, and I run who talks and who don't. Okay.
I'm not to be rude. I was just thought that
Okay. All right, all right. He got a little issue going on, so I put him in the back. But hang on, Darren.
Hello?
Big sister, you got the panel. You got the panel, big sister. Can you hear me, big sister?
Can you hear me, sister?
Yeah, I can. I keep asking you if you can hear
Yeah,
me.
I can hear you.
I'm having a little problem. Yeah, I'm having a little problem with this computer I'm using over here. I might have to get out and switch to my other computer. But
I can hear
how you
you.
doing, Sister Bethy? It's good to see you again.
I'm
It's good to
good.
see you again, Sister Bethy.
Good to see you
And
too.
it's
What's
good to see
going
everybody
on?
in the chat. So I just wanted to get up here because the topic was about, you know, LGBT and me myself as a YouTube content creator and also as, I guess you would say, a member of the LGBTQ community, but I don't like to label myself. I just wanted to say that I'm an old school baby. I'm a 70s baby. I'm 54. When I was coming up, all of this stuff that's going on now in the gay community, as far as for melanated people, I never knew about things like this. There was no children involved, not with any of my friends. There was no children involved. Kids weren't being brought to clubs and gay affairs, and there wasn't all this talk about, you know, pedophilia mixed in with the gay community. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I'm just speaking for myself and my friends. So all of this is like new to me. And I truly
Right.
don't agree with a lot of this stuff that goes on. Because I think that the raising of a child should be left up to a mother and a father. And that the
Right.
government has no place in that. You know, and giving kids blockers and things like that. At 5 years old, my son was somebody different every day. Today he was
Right.
SpongeBob. Tomorrow he was Batman. So children, they don't, you
You
know,
know,
they don't have enough. They don't know enough about themselves to decide what their gender, what they want to be as far as gender is concerned. I
yeah,
think that should
Correct.
kids.
be left to a child, to the parents. So I really do feel like this is really getting out of hand when it comes to this whole gay situation. It's getting out of hand, and I know that a lot of gay people, they demonize the what you would call the black struggle with the gay struggle. Me myself, that's not true. It's totally two different things, and I strongly disagree on that. You know what we went through as black people, civil rights, slavery, and all those things, having our land taken away from us, that has nothing to do with being gay. You know,
Correct.
so I just kind of wanted to interject with that. You know, because all gay people don't share the same ideologies.
Correct.
No, thank you for the coddle.
So
You know.
yeah,
Correct.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Like everybody has to like kiss all these people's asses because if not, then you're demonized. There's a lot more demonic shit going on right now. Like even to like the
yeah.
abortion thing. You know, it's like child sacrifice
I'm
going on a mass
gonna have to
scale and all
jump
these.
out.
Oh man, dude, crazy. Hey, I want to ask the sister a question before she left.
I think she's still
Oh
here.
yeah, I'm still here. Go ahead, brother.
Do you think that y'all lifestyle has been
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm
usurped?
going to switch though because my sound
I get it.
is
Yeah,
going
you
in
can
and
go out
out.
and come back. You can go out and come back in.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and I'm going to come back in on another device because I can't hear that good on. Yeah, I can't hear that good on this computer, so I'm gonna go out and come back in on another computer.
Okay. Yeah, I let the brothers off, the two brothers off because I think like what they're saying in the chat that they are agents and people to come on the panel to try and distract. And I'm not going to allow them to deter my conversation about this touchy subject into chaos. It's not happening. Not over here, wrong channel. I'm going to get my point across where um the LGBT community understands where I'm coming from because a lot of them do a lot. And what the sister just said, she is right. A lot of people from LGBT community are not in line with what's going on. If anything, the LGBT community has always been a very private community. They wanted their marriage rights, like what Super said, their marriage rights, and where they could leave things to their loved ones, and they get on, you know, they can get married, things, basic things like that. But what they're trying to push is not what they're trying to push today compared to what Super was just talking about is totally different, right? Super is totally different from what they wanted to push.
Right, that's exactly what the sister was saying. She like, we old school. We not with none of this.
Right, and
We went
they're not. They wanted specific rights and be, their marriage to be, you know, approved and things of that nature, which I get. That's their world and it's right. But this implementation in the education system is where the line is drawn. And I think everybody that has a religion, even if they're atheists, have stepped to the forefront. And this is why I'm glad that Trump is in office, so he could put a nip in it of what they've doing. It's more like they're punishing us. Literally.
And you say the Democrats are punishing us?
No, that the community that is it's more like, it seems to me more like this particular movement that came in with the implementation of having our children read these specific books about that lifestyle. It's like they're punishing us. If you're not respecting our beliefs, how do you expect us to respect your beliefs? If you want to impose something like that on your children, that's fine. But here's where the line's drawn. You're not going to impose it and make it a law and force my child to believe and see the world the way you do. That's wrong. Now, if you have a problem with, and they easily jump up and say, well, they imposed the Bible on us. I'm going to say, no, your parents imposed the Bible on you if that's what they gave you to read, if they took you to church. You do not have to go to church. You do not have to read the Bible. So let's keep it a buck. And some of us are religious, some of us naturally believe how life should be. We have a right to raise our children. You're imposing this on our children. If you're implementing this in the school, what about our religious beliefs? We have a right.
No, you're absolutely right. Now, I also agree with our big sister. That was I like the way she came in and just said, "Hey,
Right.
like what was saying, hey, we don't even think like that. That's not us."
Right.
So I mean, people are going to be like that. We can't change the being of a mind, a set. So if they want to set their mind somewhere, you can't really get them out of that mode. No matter what is taking place to hypnotize us to get us to these different modes we're in, that person has to take themselves out of whatever mode they're in if we think that it's not becoming.
Correct. Can you hear us now, big sister?
Oh yeah, I can hear you guys. I can hear you guys. Yeah, I had to switch. That computer is kind of old, so I couldn't really hear y'all. But someone was asking me a question before I left out. You can continue it if you please.
Oh yeah. Do you think that y'all lifestyle has been usurped and used to push an agenda?
Yes, I do. I do, and that's why I totally, strongly, disagree with that. I really disagree with that because, like I said before I left, all of I hate that LGBT. I hate all those labels. I hate all those titles, but all people don't feel the same way.
Right.
A lot of my friends, they call me a conservative lesbian, if you will, because I don't agree with a lot of things that go on.
That's
No, I
even a
don't agree
label
with a lot
too.
of things that go
Lesbian is
on.
even a label too.
Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of things that go on in the community. I really don't. I speak out about it with my friends and my family. My moms were just here visiting with me, and we just had a long discussion because my moms and me, we've been best friends since day one. So when I came out the closet at 18, and I'm 54 now, My mother and my father were basically like, well, okay, you know, you still our child. We love you regardless. My father, he just gave me some do's and don'ts, and that was it, you know, and I kind of like, you know, live by that and structure my life by that because I was raised in a home with values. So I always put that first. I always put that first. I'm a very highly spiritual woman. So I always put those things first. And when it came to my children, I kept my children out of the sight of a lot of things that go on in the community. I kept them away from that. They had nothing to do with my lifestyle. Girlfriends weren't allowed to interact with them. Listen, leave them alone. They're okay. Anything they need, I take care of them. Because I don't want my kids to be confused. And, you know, I want them to always feel like they have a choice. Be who
Right.
you want to be. None of my
Correct.
children grew up to be gay, you know? So, because I always gave them that choice, be who you are. Live your life. You don't have to do what mommy do. This is mommy's choice. This is who mommy
Right.
is.
Right.
So, you know, all that stuff, I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. And I think the government is using the LGBTQ to push an agenda for all the
Right.
wrong reasons.
I wonder. I know at some point there's going to be a group, if it ain't already started, to within the gay community that are going to step up and say, hey, you're not speaking for all of us. So now there's going to be a divide.
Oh yeah, they mad at me already, Sister Bethy. They already mad at me, but
Well, there's
I gotta
more
believe.
like you that think on those terms as well, because I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
a lot of women who are gay and got married, and their children did not come out the same way, did not grow up the same way. They had choices. They, you know, were, with the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Even I know two gay guys that raised foster children from birth, and those children did not come out gay. They raised a lot of boys from birth here in Connecticut, and they're all grown men married to women.
That's right. Yeah, my daughter just had two sets of twin girls, so I'm a proud grandmom, big mama. So yeah, I when it comes to children, I stand very firmly on leave these babies alone. Where I'm
Yeah.
from, Brooklyn, New York, you couldn't touch kids. Where I'm from, back in the days, you got hands and feet laid on you.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah,
That's
I don't know
70s
what all this
period.
new stuff is. There's a lot of new stuff going on, and I'm not with it. I'm not with it
Well,
because I'm
it's
from the
it's
old
the
school.
transgender thing. Like it's like they're all right. I understand you transitioned into who you want to be, but a lot of them are persecuting us as real women, as women that were
Right.
born us as that were born as women, and that's wrong because we're not doing that to them. And then you turn around and they want to be in our sports, which is really not cool, not right. It's not fair because I don't care if you did change yourself. You still have the strength of a male. A lot of well, now don't get me wrong, a
Yeah.
lot of women are very strong, like um Clarissa Shields, but not all. The majority of women are not strong and men like that in those sports. That's wrong. It's not fair. It's
Exactly,
wrong.
exactly. Yeah, boys playing in female sports. First of all, my mama would have snatched me out that school. My mama would have snatched me out that school, and it would have been a
Mhm.
big problem with the Board of Education. So,
Yeah.
I don't know what all of that is about. I mean, I heard about this gay agenda that it is a real actual document. Um, and I don't know. I mean, I don't play into stuff like that. I don't. I saw what was going on when they started bringing out people like Lil Nas X, and they started pushing and promoting it, and I didn't see nothing good about it for me. I told my mother, I said, "Ma, I don't know what all this is about, but I don't see nothing good from it. I don't. I just don't. And so now we got a bunch of gay people that's running around, and they're down with this whole thing, giving kids blockers and all that. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, we
Wait,
wasn't doing
explain
this
what
stuff
what are
back when,
blockers?
not when I was coming up. We
Wait,
wasn't
what's
doing this.
blockers? What are blockers, big
These
sister?
these are the hormone blockers that they give to children. They give children
Oh
these
yeah.
hormone blockers, and they're supposed to, like, if your son comes to you as a little child and say, "Oh, I think I'm a girl," and then they give him these hormone blockers to help him become a girl, and that's just sick to me. That's sick.
I think
That
it should
should
be
not
against the
be.
law, and that should. I don't understand why that's not deemed child abuse.
It is child abuse. So I don't
Should not
know.
be legal. Man,
So,
so
big sister, you did say that back in your time growing up, there were not too many groups of, we would call them just for hypotheticals, LBG groups, LBGT groups. Back then, when you grew up, when you were 18?
When I
Man,
was,
you the
yeah,
same age as her.
when I came out the closet, I was 18. And there wasn't a lot, we had you had your girls that, I guess, they the boys, they act like the boys, and then you had your girls that was the girls. So you had basically like 2, maybe 3 more other categories, but that was it. We didn't have all of this stuff that's going on now. Like, I don't know if I'm just too old. Maybe I'm too old. I'm out of the loop.
no,
Because
because we
I
was
don't know
all
about
right there. We were all right there, and we did not. In our era, we didn't. In our era, Gen X, we did not mistreat and look at the gay community in the manner that they did in the 60s and 50s when it was scarce. Like the
right,
boomer generation, I think, was more brutal and late in earlier years where it just wasn't something to discuss. Now, when you coming around in Gen X, a lot of us grew up hanging with a lot of women hung with gay men. Gay men
right,
always have straight women around them because we all love them. It was different in
right,
our generation, and we all hung around gay men because they were the center of attraction, and they were a lot of fun. And a lot of straight guys would like get upset and be like, "Damn, man, they get all the pretty women around them." That was the thing that they would say back in when I was coming up and being a woman in her 20s in the 1990s. And then
right. Me too.
and it was also vice versa. A lot of men, a lot of brothers in Gen X hung with a lot of women that were masculine. They were cool. They were cool back in when we were coming up. A lot of girls, and
So it's
they let them
like,
play basketball with them. They was chilling, but
yeah,
today
that's how I
I
came
think the
up. That's how
transgender
I
is
came up.
making right. I think today the transgender community today is making
They
a
making it
bad
bad. They making it bad.
bad
They're
on
making it bad.
everybody else. Right.
They're
Right.
making
Yeah,
it
because most of the time back then they weren't changing their whole gender. They were just leaving it at that. This is how I am. I don't have to change my entire physical outlook that everybody sees. I'm not going from a boy to girl as far as visual. It was just, hey, I'm like that, and that's what it is.
But you know what?
right,
To keep it a
right, right.
buck, there's a lot of transgender that think the same way as Big Sister too. They don't
Wow.
they
Yeah,
don't
I'm
believe
learning it.
a lot of transgenders are thinking the same way as Big Sister. Like, no, this shit is going off the roof because now you have all our private information out in public, and they don't like it. A lot of transgender feel the same way that we all do.
I know. I'm a very private person. I'm a very private person. I mean,
Right,
I do what I
right.
do here on YouTube because I have to speak out about everything, what's going on in our community as far as us as so-called black people, what I see going on in, government, so I'm very, prolific when it comes to those things. And that's what my content is always based around. But I don't remember it being so much hatred. Like, I get up here on YouTube and I'm always hearing somebody talk about, just bashing, like the gay community is being so bashed now. And I'm like, well, when did all that happen? Because when I was coming up as a Gen X, like you said yourself, we wasn't being bashed, not to this degree.
No, it's
I mean,
the
I've had friends
it's
that have been cursed
it,
out.
I think we have to teach people to understand the different parts of the LGBT, because there is a divide. There is a divide now, because it's not the what you would call the gay community, those that have not been trans, that are not transgender. It's the transgender community pushing this, and they're in the ears of lobbyists and politicians. This is why they're getting the laws that's passed. And I think a lot of what's gonna help is if a lot of people like yourself speak up about it, like what you're doing. You say you have a channel and you speak against some of the implementations coming from
Right,
the LGBT community.
right.
It's just
Like
have to be a lot more of you to speak on that.
when Trump was inaugurated and he gave his speech and he said that there are only two genders. I did a video that I have on my channel right now. There are only two genders because I agree with that. When God created man and woman, it says right there, he, them, she, you know what I mean? There's only two genders. So yeah, I agree with that. Now, if you want to be something else, then that's something that you want to be. There's only two genders. If we want to talk about science and the anatomy, there's two genders, when you want to talk like that. So I mean, that shouldn't be an argument for anybody, but
Right.
like I said, I argue with the people in my community as well. So it ain't no different. You know what I mean?
Right. I get it. But yeah, I think people actually have my perspective of this, and it's healthy conversation. It's not bashing anybody. It's just trying to get them. They want us to understand them, right? But we also want them at the same time to understand us. It's not that we hate you, it's not that we bash you, but we have to explain to them the harm that it's going to do to families that don't are now you know losing their rights on how they should raise their children based on their religions, or however they believe. It has to be some type of agreement, civil agreement between the transgenders and non-transgenders. That's all I'm saying when it comes to this our
I believe it.
children's our children's psych as little children. We
Yeah,
let
I believe
us
that. I believe that.
we know when our children are different. They get a certain age and you know it. They have the feminine ways and all that stuff. You remember even when we was in school back in the 70s, like in 6th grade, we had boys in our class that liked to jump double dutch with us. So we knew that they were feminine, but we loved
Right.
them,
Yeah.
you know?
Now my
So
grandma used to say, get away from that boy.
yeah, our grannies that were in the silent generation, they were very homophobic.
Yeah.
Because my aunts was with women, and my grandmother wouldn't allow any of her girlfriends in the house. So you're talking someone that was born in the 1930s. Okay.
Hmm.
And
That
so
was my
that was
baby.
a very different thing, and it is what it is. But I'm in my 4th hour, you guys, and I know Smoke is gonna go live, and he probably, I don't know. Smoke always got something crazy to talk about, but I normally
Yeah.
watch him when I relax. I just watch his chat. They be so funny. And the same, and answer your question, no, Superman doesn't have a channel. I don't know why he don't have one. He should have one, like I told Smoke, but him and Smoke have a channel together from the way I see it. So if you subscribe to Smoke
Nah, that's
Signal,
just
you
smoke
see
channel.
Superman.
I'm just a troll. I
He
don't
ain't no
troll in
troll.
the
They part.
daytime.
He's third shift operator. Sometimes he come in early to do a little overtime. But you see absolutely in Superman on Smoke's channel. So if you subscribe to Smoke's channel, you'll get them at night, and that channel be funny as hell. So I watch Smoke channel at night. They be arguing, and it just be
Smoke.
funny.
Who is that? Because I want to check that out.
Oh, let me
Yeah,
put
if
his
they
link
want to
in the
see
chat.
some world
No,
class trolling,
he's not
come check
live.
him out.
Normally, I would redirect you over there, but let me put his link in the chat. He is. Oh shit, he is live. He
Oh,
is live. Let me
yeah.
put his link in the chat.
I
Copy.
definitely want to look at that. You know, I love the support. I love the support.
Oh, he's funny.
Very intelligent player as well. Very intelligent
He
player.
is.
Well, let
There,
me warn you. It's the smoke show.
yeah, and it gets chaotic.
You
I
drinking
mean,
all the smoke?
yeah, they do be arguing sometimes. They'll start drinking, at night, like tonight, Saturday. So you might have a couple of gin and juice buddies up there
That's that
arguing.
Indian.
Yeah, they let
That's
that
that
Indian fire
Indian.
out. So sometimes, but they be fighting amongst themselves. It's 50-year-old, damn near 60-year-old dudes up there saying, "I pull up on you," and know damn well they ankles and kneecaps is sore. But I just watch them. But that's Smoke's link right there, and I'm gonna do a redirect so that the
YouTube, I
folks will
think this
go
is
over
it.
there. But I love y'all, and I'm gonna get out of here. I love you,
Thank
Superman.
you so much.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you so much. I
Absolutely,
love y'all. I
big
love you.
sister.
I'm trying
Okay.
to act good in the
Thank you so
daytime,
much.
but it's
Trying to act
hard
good.
for me,
Y'all,
And
sister.
everybody,
It's hard for me.
beautiful day.
y'all give me a
Yeah,
minute.
he's
I'm gonna
live
do a
right now.
redirect. Yeah, I'm gonna do a
He's live
redirect. If
right
you're
now.
on the panel with me, you won't automatically go over there. But if you're in the chat room, you'll automatically be sent over there.
Mm-hmm.
So give me a minute so I could do this redirect. This takes time. Ad Power taught me how to do
Okay.
this. I should have did it, but I didn't know he would be live yet. Well, yeah, it is about that time. It takes me a minute to
Smoke.
do it. So
I think I
let me
am
see.
subscribed to him on my other channel.
Smoke Signal. Oh, he's a riot. I think all of
Because I
them
have
be a
you
riot.
on
Huh?
I have you on both of my channels. I have another channel called Internet Hustle where I just help people work get work online, make extra money.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, that's just got a few followers because I really haven't done anything updated it and put any new information up there lately, which I'm gonna do tomorrow because I have some new leads. I just try to, help people make money. It's so hard out here. I try to help wherever I can, any way I can. Because
Well,
I
that's
have been
cool.
affiliate marketer for some years.
That's good, sis. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm gonna redirect the audience over to Smoke now. But I love y'all, and I'll be back live again.
Okay, love you much.
Love you too.